Esiet sveiki!
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Minister, Rector, dear guests, both in person and remotely, I'm glad to welcome you to the conference, The Potential of Artificial Intelligence in the Development of Educational Processes. So, my name is Artur Zepes. I will be the moderator for this event. And this year's conference is organized by the Riga Technical University, Ministry of Culture, Ministry of Finance, Minister of Education and Science, as well as Riga Municipality. The artificial intelligence has been entering our life quite rapidly. Some perceive it as a threat, some as opportunity, and we will talk about it in the context of educational processes. Let us see how it can support the teaching staff, how it can improve the educational system, also provide some suggestions for the decision makers so that we can make our educational processes more effective in the future. And today we will be able to hear from different experts, from decision makers, as well as we will hear specific examples of implementing artificial intelligence tools in our everyday life, both in Latvia and internationally. And in the second half of today's conference, we will hold a panel discussion with decision makers in order to see what are Latvia's main ideas regarding the future development and how we will proceed with implementing artificial intelligence tools. So this conference can be attended here in person as well as remotely. We will be using Latvian and English throughout the day, and you may switch between Latvian and English if you use the interpreting equipment. So I believe we are ready to launch the conference, and at first I would like to give floor to Arvils Ašarādens, Minister of Finance. Good morning, dear participants of the conference. I'm very happy that in spite of cold weather, you managed to come to this conference. And I'm glad that we are so widely represented from different walks of life to discuss these very topical issues. I think that it's also quite noteworthy that we are holding this conference in the National Library, which symbolizes the glass mountain, the Latvian legends, etc. What concerns today's topic, one may ask, what does Minister of Finance has to do with this? Because my work is mainly concerned the national budget, etc. But first of all, education is one of the main sectors in Latvian economy to which we allocate 2.8 billion euros yearly, and this of course has huge impact on Latvia's development in general. So I will try to draw some parallels between the financial issues as well as the topics of the conference. So talking about AI, first of all, we may expect that, the attitude that, yes, there is this artificial intelligence, what could we do with it? Secondly, the educational system has to transform itself and evolve along with the technologies and use them appropriately. Thirdly, which also is of interest to me personally. Latvia is currently looking for its position globally, how to position itself and how to contribute to the overall development. And I must say that probably our Baltic neighbors are a couple of steps ahead of us. They have been introducing the digital governance in Estonia, as well as Lithuanian colleagues act as the regional fintech center. And I believe that there is a great potential for us to shape Latvia into AI superpower, because we are, as a small country, can introduce changes rapidly. And actually, the whole process that we will be discussing throughout the day started actually last year in the World Bank, where we, the ministers of finance, come together to talk about the topical issues. And I had an opportunity to meet the vice president of World Bank, Sambu Kim, who is a wonderful gentleman from Korea, who has large experience in different development institutions as well as large companies. And I had an opportunity to talk to him, and he is interested in digital transformation throughout the world. And I actually asked what Latvia could contribute, and he was the one who said that probably Latvia should think about becoming a role model or in introducing the AI in educational sector, because it has great potential. And I fully agree with this statement. And unfortunately, Bu Kim was not able to attend. However, we are happy to have Clay Lin, Mr. Clay Lin. So all who are interested in these issues, please use this opportunity to have a conversation with this gentleman. So basically, this idea comes from the World Bank, and this is why actually I'm standing in front of you today. And then, when I returned to Riga, I approached the Riga Technical University, Mr. Zeps and Juchna, and we discussed these issues, and this is how it snowballed in a way and manifested itself as the conference that we are holding today. And I'm also very happy to also discuss this this concept of joining the forces of the Stradins University, the Riga Technical University, as well as Latvian University and the National Library. And I'm happy to see that all these institutions will be represented today. And I think that we will, in a way, create a roadmap for further development in Latvia and also in broader context. And I think that this conference will generate many new ideas. And what concerns the process of education, from the transformative point of view, here I should mention three aspects. In the context of AI, because it is fundamentally changing the process of learning. And of course, these new technological opportunities bring also necessity to be able to adapt to these changes. also in terms of legislation, because the Latvian education law says that everyone has the right to receive quality and inclusive education. Secondly, AI, of course, fundamentally changes the requirements for skills and approaches. And this process, of course, is irreversible. And also this changes the curriculums in our schools. And the large algorithms and the technologies, of course, have huge impact on the society, which also brings ethical issues along. Otherwise, we may experience certain problems. And thirdly, of course, the national government, local governments, as well as the educational system can be transformed substantially due to the new opportunities brought by AI. So all these dimensions contribute to swift changes that we are experiencing already. And I think that the most important takeaway from this conference is that AI is not just another tool like Excel or PowerPoint. Actually, it is a strategic developmental tool. And the question is whether we will be able to make use of it. And I truly believe and hope that the Latvian leaders will find appropriate solutions. Otherwise, the consequences may be quite negative. And we can see already that states that are leading the way are already gaining a lot from AI, and those that lag behind, not so much. So it's important for us to use these opportunities that are provided to us by AI. And I truly hope that this conference will contribute to making AI a driving force in developing our educational system. And to conclude, since we are now in the library and making a reference to our great poet Rainis, we all remember this story of the glass mountain, and the knights tried to ride their horses onto the top of this glass mountain with varied outcomes. So let us hope that we will saddle our horses and reach the destination. So thank you very much, Mr. Asheradens. Thank you much for your insight and your approach. And now we can turn probably to the issue of the further development of our education system. This is why I give floor to Jānis Paiders, State Secretary of the Ministry of Education and Science.
Good morning, dear colleagues, professionals in education and the shapers of Latvia's future. It is a pleasure to see such broad attendance despite the chilling temperatures outside. I think that the temperature we have outside is suitable only for cooling data centers. But to return to our today's conference, I would first and foremost like to say that Latvia is a digitally developed country. We must not lose sight of that, because as compared to other countries around the world, OECD data published last week shows that we are among the countries where the number of AI users among society is one of the highest, and AI is becoming increasingly a part of our daily lives. And in this respect, education is the area where it is used most widely, most intensely, and with the most attention. At the same time, it's important for us not to use use AI only for comparatively simple tasks. One of our assignments for us as a whole is to promote the use of AI, not to be scared of it, but also to use it for complex processes and complex tasks, thus laying the foundation for not only being users, but also solution developers when it comes to AI. And here schools play a crucial role, especially higher education institutions that provide the development of these competences and proactive action aimed at productivity, creation of added value, and shaping our younger generation. Our aim is to use AI to increase the productivity of the Latvian economy, which is the basis of both our national security and our national development. Now, although AI tools are widely available, no one has the single solution for how to best introduce them into society. And this is a challenge around the world. And OECD, education experts, and various expert groups, studies highlight that this area in education is only set to increase, and we need to learn how to use these tools in education processes and within a responsible and productive manner as they help educators and students develop their skills instead of belittling them. Latvia has established its reputation as a digital innovative country, and we certainly AI is definitely a potential for our further development. Latvia is globally already seen as a country where AI can be researched, best practices can be developed, and in these rapidly changing technology circumstances, for us to be able to apply our knowledge as quickly as possible, the ministry has set up a think tank on using AI in education, bringing together practitioners and experts in education to discuss how to better integrate AI into the Latvian education system. And it was among the priorities set so far are, first of all, we have to ensure basic AI skills for all students throughout schools in Latvia so that we can set the ground for developing a new generation of AI users, and we have best examples already. We have to reach all schools, all higher education institutions. Next, we have to establish in-depth expertise. We have to identify the experts we have, best practices, and examples that we can, and models that we can use and propagate further. Now we have to identify areas of specialization, which are the areas in which we have the best tools and solutions already in progress, and how to best increase our competitiveness both at the Baltic and European level. Fourth, we have to provide support for maintaining the Latvian language. Our Ministry of Education is in charge of this area, so we are also focusing on creating localized AI models. And our fifth priority is about an ethical framework for use of AI in education, which is something that has been agreed upon at the European level as well. That's aiming to provide a safe and responsible way of using AI in education. Here, of course, we have to speak about our increasing our capacity so that Latvia can become the hub, both regionally for and at the European level for digital solutions. And this is something that the state has focused on and is moving towards in a targeted manner. And budget resources have been allocated to certain AI programs for the University of Latvia and the Riga Technical University. We have invested in technical infrastructure. Also, AI solutions are being developed in relation to space technologies in cooperation with Latvijas mobilais telefons and Tilde. And if we look at the development directions for technologies, then these fall in line with our strategic priorities at a national level. And this allows Latvia to develop as a full cycle ecosystem from development to actual application. And in order to implement these action directions, we also have to use international partnerships with international tech companies and international experts whose experience we can use to synchronize the priorities set by the ministry, and to also promote these cross-sectoral cooperation between higher education institutions and companies. We have to remember that AI is not a goal in itself. It's a tool to help us learn better, work better, and more productively, because education is based on the human, the one who is educating, the one who is learning, because we are social beings, and technologies do not remove the human role. It only makes it more important. And the more technologies simplify daily processes, the more humans have to focus on the things that technologies cannot do: human relationships, social interactions, and so forth. So by developing AI solutions in education, we have to ask ourselves, how can we make technologies strengthen people instead of people adapting to technologies? And the answer to this determines not only how we will educate in the future, but also how we will shape our society in future, and how to ensure that AI helps us become smarter, stronger, and more human. That's the direction in which we want to direct the Latvian education system as well. Thank you very much to Mr. Paiders. AI is not a goal in itself, and this is a theme that we will be returning to throughout today's discussions, and when we look at the goals that we do have and how to best use AI to achieve them. Now, as you can imagine, education goes closely hand in hand with creativity and culture. Therefore, our next speaker will be the Parliamentary Secretary for the Ministry of Culture, Mr. Aleksandrs Kalējs. Please, the floor is yours.
Labrīt.
Good morning. It is a pleasure to see so many of you here. Minister of Finance, dear colleagues, educators, and experts, and all those interested in what to do with AI and how to best use it, and also those who are experience various sorts of emotions relating to AI. Now, it is absolutely clear that AI in education is not something that we are looking forward to. It's something that is already here today. And I'd like to thank Ms. Baltiņa for this hosting this conference at the National Library of Latvia, which is definitely one of the places that can help promote progress in this area. Latvia is a small country. It's the development of these technologies is not a luxury, it is rather our survival strategy, and we have to use it as best we can. If you travel around Latvia, you will not be able to miss the hay bales throughout our fields. And this is a good parallel with our digital era. Every day, every minute, we encounter thousands of various little straws, bits of information. And often we only see the surface of it. We don't see what goes deeper on inside. And we also try to sort of pick and choose these individual straws, and we get frustrated because we are only human. So AI tools can help us bring together these individual straws that we are bombarded with to put them together in a bale, a structured sort of body. But that requires knowledge, methods, creativity, and responsibility, both from the part of schools and educators, businesses, community, and the state administration as well. From the side of the Ministry of Culture, I can give you a very specific example of bringing together this culture and technology. The museum archive, we have a huge catalog with more than 2 million items, and so we use AI to find the necessary items. We have these conversations to understand what the how they relate to each other, how they interact, and this museum catalog has been created by a Latvian company. It has already been internationally recognized and has inspired our European colleagues to follow suit and create something similar. And I think that for many of us, we are already using various AI tools to ask questions and find out information, and comparative analysis that can be useful in our creativity. But in order for AI tools to be useful, it is important to abide by 3 principles, and I've selected these 3 because obviously there are many others, and I don't want to repeat what my colleagues have already said. So first is accessibility. Education is not something just for the average students. Some are better at reading, some are better at listening, some are better at visuals, and AI can help provide the same content of education in various channels. And we have text-to-speech tools, which are widely used already, and it's something that makes it simplifies life for many people and makes education more accessible and fair, and thus also raises the quality of education. The next principle is the Latvian language. Our language is the space for our creativity and inspiration, and so far use of Latvian language is a sort of a dynamic process. Sometimes the AI creates new words that don't exist, sometimes it doesn't use the correct words, and there is the risk that a student can learn something incorrect in terms of language. But in a time when we have so many half-truths and fake news, it is still an opportunity to learn together and acquire the necessary skills. And it's not just a project for a single institution to ensure that the large language models and the whole education auxiliary system in Latvian that uses AI is truly of a high quality. This is a task for experts, researchers, businesses, everyone who is here in this room and listening to us remotely. And our third principle is trust and protection of authors' rights. So AI is learning from the content it's provided, but the question is how and what are the rules of the game. So trust is a currency. So authorship and remuneration for authors is important. If we don't ensure this, we will demotivate authors, and of course we will have enough content in education, but it will not be as high in quality and as diverse. So by developing AI, we need also clear principles on author rights and data protection, and academic honesty is also an aspect of ethics that we definitely have to teach our youngsters. And so to be able to demonstrate the sources and verify that the content is correct. And in conclusion, I don't stand before you as a representative of technologies, which I support, but as someone coming from the education sector, both in primary, secondary school, and higher education, I am seeing how quickly these technologies are coming into our education sector. It's a very interesting time. It is completely changing the way we work, and our task is not to pull the brakes, but rather to help this process to make AI more accessible, to make make it strengthen the Latvian language, respect the work of authors, and build our trust as a society. Thank you. And I look forward to our discussion on how Latvia can win through a smart speed.
Paldies, Kalai kungs.
Thank you, Mr. Calais. Our speakers, after these opening remarks, will return to us in the afternoon during the panel discussion, so we will meet them again. But as it was already mentioned, it was last summer when we approached Dagnija Baltiņa, director of the National Library of Latvia, and I'm very happy to have her among us as a host to give her opening address. Good morning, everyone. Dear partners, colleagues, like-minded people, I'm truly happy to host you at the National Library, and we are happy to co-organize this conference, and I hope that this cooperation will continue also in the future. Also, thanks a lot to the Minister of Finance, because once, quite randomly, we met each other, and quite quickly we managed to find common language, and here are the results. So, in the course of more than 3,000 years, it has been libraries that have taught and helped society to adapt to different technological changes. And artificial intelligence is another step in the development of civilization that we are currently experiencing. And libraries teach us to view artificial intelligence not as something that must be introduced, resisted, or submitted to, but as something that must be tamed. This idea is encouraging and reassuring also in the context of today's conference, because it places artificial intelligence within the continuity and logic of the history of science and reminds us that humanity is capable of coping with change. In the context of today's conference, the idea of potential of AI is precisely about its taming. So the main intention here is to gain public benefit. For what purposes do we use AI, and how it can be used specifically in education? And in seeking answers to these questions, the library as an institution actually provides the necessary momentum for this entire process, especially when we also talk about the ethical aspects. The potential of AI in education is rooted in a secure, structured, continuous, and trustworthy knowledge environment, which libraries represent. And it is libraries that provide for all of this, because without institutionally reliable data environment, a solid knowledge base, memory, and continuity, AI in all sectors, including education, may lose its potential and risks remaining merely a technological demonstration. This is why I'm pleased that today's important discussion on the potential of AI in the development of education is taking place here at the library, because all the libraries throughout Latvia form a cornerstone of education and also provides a place to tame AI. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Madam Baltiņa. AI is rapidly overwhelming not only libraries, cultural establishments, but also, of course, universities. So let us give floor to Tālis Juhna, rector of the Riga Technical University. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for introducing me. Actually, I would like to talk about two main topics. First, how AI is introduced into higher education, and secondly, about the technological aspects. Since, especially, of course, I represent the technical university. But first of all, I would like to thank all the involved parties in organizing this event, Mr. Asheradens, Mr. Spiders, and the others, who have created a very interesting event, such as this one, which gathers people of all walks of life. And of course, one of our main tasks today is to learn. First of all, to learn how to create better policies at our institutions, how to implement practical solutions that are already available. Simply, we have to learn from others and to borrow best practices. What concerns universities and higher education in general, I would like to emphasize the role of universities because AI has been introduced in our environment for some time already. However, it is our task to first of all understand and to identify the best methods for our students to use AI while not losing other skills that are required nowadays. So, therefore, we are trying to form such policies in our institutions that are aligned with our strategies and ensure that AI is used appropriately both by students and the teaching staff. However, it's always important to understand the role of critical thinking, teamwork, and other human skills, so to say. And here we may talk about adaptive learning, the use of AI, teamwork, as well as scientific method. And by applying all these four principles, we may achieve the outcome where students are able to make use of AI solutions while complying with the before mentioned four main principles, while maintaining the ethical stance. Of course, all this process may sound complicated, however, we already now have many tools that are made available to us, and we may make use of them. Apart from AI, we have different technological solutions that may create synergies in our institutions. And as a result, AI tools can be used ethically, and we continue to provide quality higher education to our students. Secondly, as a technical university, of course, the technical side of all of this is very important to us. And here I would like to talk about European level technological independence or technological sovereignty, because many of the currently available solutions mainly come from the US, and therefore it is important for Europe as it develops its economy, relies not only on outer sources of technologies, but create their own. And in recent months, European leaders have been emphasizing these ideas, and also I had an opportunity to meet my counterparts from European universities. And so basically, we are acknowledging that technologies should be created and developed here locally. Of course, we cannot cover all the fields. However, we may increase our role and our position among technological monsters, so to say. We already have Tilde, large language model developer here in Latvia, and I believe that Latvia may place itself on solid foundations when it comes to developing modern AI-based technologies. And already now in Latvia we have heard about many companies and institutions that are working, among other things, on quantum computing, as well as next generation semiconductor development, as well as server centers. And it is our ambition to spearhead all these developments here in Latvia. So today we will be talking not only about AI, but also to talk about all the technologies that are necessary to create synergies. And what concerns technological development, of course, it also leaves an impact on the competencies that are required from universities. And the doctoral and master's programs, we are working on not only new technological solutions, but also new skill sets. So thank you very much, and I look forward to a very productive conference today. Thank you. So we have concluded the first part, namely the opening remarks, which I hope provided you with some inspiration and ideas. So about some technicalities, first of all, we try to make this conference as interactive as possible. So on both sides of this room, you can see screens with QR codes, which means that during today's event, after the presentations, and also during the panel discussion, please submit your questions, and as much as it's possible, I try to include them in our agenda. Secondly, let me remind you that we will be using both Latvian and English, so please switch to one or another as necessary, because the next presentation will be in English, so all those who need interpreting, please use headsets. Also, to the speakers, I will give you some kind of warning. So if you see me approaching you on the stage, you can be sure that your timeline is approaching its end. So I think that this is the right time for us to launch the main part of the conference. And Riga Technical University already has started to looking for individualized or adaptive teaching techniques and solutions. And one of our partners is actually Alex, which has come up with its own adaptive learning and knowledge solutions. And we are privileged to have a representative of this Alex technology. So the first presentation we will hear from Mr. Blake Bodine.
From Alex PPL, who will give his presentation on Alex and the technology and research behind it. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Arturs, and thank you. And I want to know, you all just laughed in a different language, so I don't know if that was good or bad. Let's see. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me today. It's a pleasure to be here. Let's talk about mathematics and artificial intelligence, okay? Now, this is a very visual presentation, so please pay attention to the slide deck. So mathematics in general is difficult for students, okay? So when you come into a class of math, you know very little, okay? You know you're very scared of mathematics, but there are some things that you know. The boring trivialities are the things that you know. The terrifying nonsense is the things that you're terrified of. And then you have a small sliver of the things you're just making sense of, okay? How do we address this? Scaffolding, okay? So you have to have students crawl before they walk, right? You have to build them up brick by brick. And that's exactly what we have to do to meet each individual learner throughout the world, okay? This is very difficult to do. With one student or 1,000 students, you have to go to each individual student's head and meet them exactly where they are in what's called their zone of proximal development, okay? Each individual student needs a unique scaffold. Again, very difficult to do. How do we do this? In the past and currently, we do it in a very manual process. However, have a look here at what's called knowledge space theory. Also, pay attention to the year on this research, August of 1985. That's 40 and a half years ago. That's a very long time ago, okay? Artificial intelligence started being talked about in the mainstream about 5 years ago. So think about this, 40 years ago, we started thinking about this, okay? These two gentlemen, Jean-Paul Doinon and Jean-Claude Falmanier, are the founders of this research, okay? This is an excerpt from their research in 1985, saying what I just said: an important skill of a human teacher, yet lacking with an actual computer, is the ability to address what each individual student knows coming into a mathematics class, okay? So how do they do this in 1985 and today? An individual teacher, and this is actually done at Riga Technical University, okay? They have a 10-question assessment that the individual teacher gives. It's a manual process. They ask one question that then builds off of the previous, until ultimately the instructor gets an idea of what the student knows and what they do not know. Now, Jean-Claude and Jean-Paul said, what a remarkable skill it would be if we could use a computer to do this. Think about that. That was in 1985. That was a long time ago. And we now can do this very accurately and effectively, okay, with computers. Enter Alex, okay, founded in 1999, and it actually stands for something, okay? I don't think anybody in this room knows what it stands for, but I would be very impressed if you did. Assessment and Learning in Knowledge Spaces is the acronym, okay? Now, these two gentlemen received a National Science Foundation grant in 1993 to further their research, where they ultimately published their first research book called Knowledge Spaces in 1999, okay? So what exactly is this? It is a mathematical approach used to model and identify a student's knowledge state, okay? So like they said in 1985, the goal is to simulate a teacher's ability to identify a student's knowledge base or knowledge state. This requires 4 unique things, okay? A course, an established prerequisite relationship, a knowledge structure, and an assessment engine, okay? So of course, you need a collection of topics to do this. This particular slide has 10 mathematics topics, okay? There are thousands and thousands of mathematics, statistics, and actually chemistry topics inside of the ALEX software that the individual teacher pulls from to put into their actual class they use ALEX in. You need established prerequisite relationships between these topics, okay, to understand what each individual student knows and what they do not know. So for instance here, you'll see topic A, and then topic G. In a given assessment, remember, ALEX stands for Assessment and Learning in Knowledge Spaces. This is one particular example, but if a student answers A correctly, they also answer topic G correctly 96% of the time, okay? This is quite fascinating, okay? And this is done through computers, not the manual hand-by-hand process, okay? Conversely, if the student answers topic G incorrectly, they also answer topic A incorrectly 93% of the time, okay? So it's all related. Now that we have the actual prerequisite relationship established, we have to go and make a knowledge structure. This is done through, again, the A in the acronym, the assessment piece, okay? This is actually a very interesting visual representation of what a knowledge structure looks like. The next slide deck will give you a bit easier representation to look at this. Now, the fourth thing that we spoke about, the actual AI assessment tool, the assessment engine, the ALEX knowledge check, okay? So this is a visual representation. This takes place with each individual student in an individual mathematics class or on a mathematics placement level, okay? So each student is given no more than 25 questions, and it's related to the subset of topics that were chosen by the instructor or the institution. In this given example, the first question I am given is related to order of operations, integers. If I answer that correctly, then ALEX is saying, I most likely know how to do the previous three topics, okay? Multiplying one digits, plotting integers, and exponents with whole numbers. And then it continues me down a path as I go through the initial knowledge check, the initial assessment, which again is no more than 25 questions. It's adaptive to each individual learner, okay? Very important to remember that because each individual human being has a different brain. None of us are exactly the same. So it moves me on to the next topic, and it progresses me through each individual question until ultimately ALEX finishes and says what I know, what I do not know, and then what I'm ready to learn. So this is an actual, and by the way, I have to thank you to Brad Pitt. He gave us the ability to use his name here, so really appreciate that. That's a joke. Okay. A big fan of Brad Pitt. Now, I imagine he would do better on this than 15. So what this is representing here, this is an actual course I built with calculus topics, algebra and pre-calculus. This is a visual representation of the results of my initial knowledge check or assessment, okay, on calculus concepts. It's saying, I know 15 of the 100 based off of my initial knowledge check, okay? And those 15 are represented by that dark slice of the pie. The light area is the content that I now need to learn throughout the semester, okay? Throughout the duration of the class, or the duration of using ALEX, okay? Now, this is actually very interesting. So what you're looking at here is two students. So this is, let's say, Arturs and I, okay? On the left here, you have the weaker incoming skills, and on the right, stronger incoming skills, meaning maybe I haven't seen mathematics in a couple of years. I'm coming back to school or university after many years. I've assessed at only knowing 15 of the 100, okay? Artur's much smarter guy than I am. He comes in and he knows 45 topics, so 45 of the 100. So this is meeting each individual student where they are by assessing them on their actual knowledge state. In addition to that, you'll see that both of us are given different topics. I'm given evaluating functions, absolute value, rational or radical. Artur's is given domain of a rational function, excluded values, okay? That's because based off of the initial assessment, ALEX is saying that I am most ready to learn that particular topic, okay? So it's very efficient in presenting to students, going back to that scaffolding approach, the topics that I am ready to learn, okay? Just the things that I'm just now making sense of, not those boring trivialities or the terrifying nonsense. It's a great way to increase confidence with learners. And you'll see there, it's a 94% chance that a student will be able to learn that first topic they are presented with, okay? Now, this is interesting. So you'll see here, we actually have a applied research and development team, okay? And they continuously, every year, analyze the data and the interactions of students within the platform in the mathematics, statistics, and chemistry. This particular topic, we did an analysis of it, and we saw that on average, students were learning it at an 86% rate, okay, on their first encounter. That's below our acceptable threshold. So we looked at it, and we figured out why that was taking place. And so we input a little modal here. We said, okay, when students were getting it wrong, they were making a small mistake. We gave them a be careful message box saying, make sure to write the axis of symmetry as an equation. When we did that, the learning rate went up to 98%, okay? So we are continuously analyzing this to make sure that it is efficient and effective, okay? Now, our research doesn't stop. They continuously publish, okay? So this is one of our most recent research articles. Eric Kosen is actually our Director of Applied Research and Development, and the other three gentlemen work with him, okay? People tend to wonder, okay, this sounds very interesting, but where is it used? It's used in over 36 countries around the world. Millions of students are currently interacting with ALEX. In my role, I manage the ALEX platform for the international division of McGraw-Hill. So I work with every school and university outside of the United States. These are a few selected that I pulled from, and I actually asked their permission if I could show this to you all wonderful people. So University of Cape Town uses it in mathematics. Rhodes University, mathematics. Neoma Business School in France in statistics. American University of Bulgaria in mathematics and statistics. Yonsei University, organic chemistry. And then University of the Holy Spirit in Lebanon. Each of the people I reached out to, if you were interested in talking to them, are ecstatic and excited about this platform and the actual success they've received from their students on it. So I'd be happy to put you in touch with them if you would like it. Here is Dr. Laura Chinchera telling us that her fail rates, okay, in her statistics class, when she wasn't using ALEX with that individualized, artificially intelligent approach, were at 12%. Over a 3-year period, they went down to 3%. That's a fantastic jump, okay? And this is a particular email that I wanted to share from Dr. Jack Yoon at American University of Bulgaria. He is a tremendous educator, and while he didn't have any good quantitative data for me, if you can read that second big paragraph there, the difference in student success rates was quite visible after we adopted ALEX, especially common computational mistakes, which are difficult for students to fix on their own, okay? They could be avoided by continuously practicing with ALEX. And he also said he visited Latvia and liked Latvia, so I thought you would appreciate seeing that, a nice gentleman from Bulgaria. Now, here are a few selected references on ALEX and, again, knowledge space theory. We have many more that are done independently. Again, if you have any questions on the research, I'm happy to answer those after the presentation. And I tremendously thank you all for your time today, and I look forward to speaking to you later over some coffee. So thank you all, and thank you, Arturs. Really appreciate it.
Sorry, you are not allowed to go away still. Please come back. Please come back. We will still have some questions, but thank you once again for your presentation. Well, we do have some questions regarding your presentation. Well, I would have to say that your presentation indeed presents and provides a unique solution for education individualization. But we do have a question. Could you comment where it has worked, or maybe where this approach has failed, and why?
Absolutely. Great question. So the number one reason this works is because it is incentivized by institutions and instructors, okay? There are use cases where it's optional for students to use, but in those cases it rarely works because, like anything in life, if it's optional, you probably aren't going to do it. So students need to be incentivized to use this platform to really receive the rewards of it. That's where we see that this doesn't work, is if an institution says, oh, that sounds fantastic and fascinating, I will tell all of my calculus students that they have this wonderful tool that they can use on their own time. If they want to practice, they can use it. So that's when we see that it's typically not successful, is when it is used in a case where it's not required by an institution or students to go through and complete, okay?
Okay, thank you. And another question, are adaptive learning platforms changing the student-teacher-parent collaboration model at all? And if so, how?
Yes, so that's a great question, and I didn't get a chance to show you some of the in-depth analytics and data. So what we can do in ALEX is we can pull up, it's almost Big Brother-like, if you know that expression. We can see each individual click path that students go down, the exact day, date, and time that students spend on each individual question. So this data can be shared with parents, and they can see exactly what their students have been doing. So it makes a more collaborative approach amongst the student-teacher-parent partnership. So it actually, we've seen an increase in partnership amongst those three individuals.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause for Blake.
Thank you.
Un turpmāk es pārslēgšos atkal uz Latviju.
And now I'm switching to Latvian because the next speaker represents the Latvian company Tilde, namely Kaspars Kauliņš, International Business Development Director at Tilde, who will talk about artificial intelligence model for European languages. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Actually, for Latvians, it's not very characteristic to boast about their achievements. However, this is something that I will do, at least in the first part of my presentation. So I will be publicly proud about what we have achieved without overstating what we have done together with our partners at Tilde in developing the LLM large language model, and I would say that outcomes are excellent, which gives us very good foundations for further development, about which I will also talk in my presentation. But to begin, I will give you some main data. Some previous speakers already made some comparisons, so let me also make some comparisons. And when we talk about the LLM, the creation of it actually can be compared with the inception and raising of a child, and teaching new skills, etc. And just to give you a comparison, when we look at the Chinese and American LLMs, which are using huge amounts of data, and they, in a way, we can say that they are graduating PhD studies, while in Europe we are still at the primary school level, or at best secondary school level. And if you look at the Tilde LLM, I would say that we are also at the primary school level, however, with a great potential. And I will just slightly try to describe the process of building this model so that you can see how much we have done. This Tilde Open LLM for European languages is a unique project in a way. And we were able actually to implement this due to the support from the European Commission, which gave us funding and also gave us access to Lumi supercomputers based in Finland, because we had to work not only with large data, but also we required computing power. And we have used up to 2 trillion so-called tokens. And the large mega models actually use several hundreds of trillions of tokens. Just to compare, however, we are working with 2 trillion. So of course, in our case, the numbers are smaller. However, we still used 1.5 million GPU hours, which required simultaneous operation of around 768 graphic cards. Just to give you an idea what it takes. Another important point is that most of large language models are basically focused on English language data. And I will go into more details later in my presentation, but this basically means that these models lack in-depth cultural understanding. So basically, these models are trying to guess the next word. So imagine a situation where we have English language, which linguistically and morphologically is relatively simple. It has around 500,000 different words. And in contrast, we have this morphologically different language or flexible language, where we may have more than 20 million different forms of words. For example, in Finno-Ugric, the same goes with the Baltic language. So there is a great difference. So, of course, the chances of guessing the consecutive word are much smaller depending on how complicated a language is. And simply because these large models have worked with large data, they are better at guessing the next word. But at least today, we cannot talk about excellent results. So I would say that currently we are talking about somewhat acceptable quality of Latvian language that we can see in the large language models. Another restriction is that in Europe we are over-regulated if compared with our Chinese or American counterparts. And as I said before, the availability of data is a critical aspect. Latvia, with 2 million population, is physically not possible for us to create the amounts that are available to large countries and large languages. So this is the main difference. Even the best European models, and France currently is actually now leading the field, followed by Germans and Italians, Spain as well. So these are the largest nations with more funds available and data available. However, still, English language dominates these models. And as a result, the LLMs in smaller languages are making more mistakes. And I hope that these slides will be made available to all of you after the event, where you will be able to click also the links that are included. So what we did to solve this problem of discrepancy between large and small languages, we made a training process to achieve a more even distribution between languages and their impact on the functioning of the model. So altogether we are working with 34 languages, mainly European. And this means that we ensure a higher quality of output in these smaller languages. And here I will give you a simplified view on how these models are created. So in a way, it is the inception of a child. So the first 9 months, so to say, actually took us 9 months, coincidentally, during which we developed the basic model. And the next step was instruction-based adaptation. Namely, we are teaching this model to crawl, to walk, to talk, to understand language, to sing, to draw, etc. So we are giving the model the basic skills, and only in the third stage we are, in a way, applying these skills or tailoring them to specific applications, giving them specific tasks and requiring outcomes. It is important for us to compare us with other models so that we know where we are and where we are going. This is why we make a lot of research, and here we are talking about the so-called perplexity or confusion or the state of confusion, namely how long does it take for the model to figure out what will be the next word in a sentence or in an utterance. So the smaller this time required, the better results. So here you can see some comparisons. We compared ourselves with comparable models. Here you can see another table of comparison from a different point of view. Because, of course, today I don't have so much time to go into more details, so I will skip some slides here. Also, we are measuring how good our model is at understanding the broader context. And here you can see the languages that are included in this comparison, and you can see that Latvia is doing quite well. We are also looking at the national school exams and task our models to deal with these exam problems. And this instructions-based adoption also included translation. We've been providing machine translation tools for several decades already. So we had some solid foundations already for the translation tasks, where we could quite successfully compete with other European models. And before switching to actual application in education processes, Let me just give you the design of the AI solution for LLM, where we have the basic model, the instruction layer, and then in order to ensure usability, we introduce certain adapters. And to conclude with this part of my presentation, the LLMs that we used, such as ChatGPT, Gemini, Grok, and others, they, in a way, have spoiled the users, because users have some very high-level expectations from these models. And also we at Tilde receive many requests of having the chatbot functionality, etc. And here I must return to my comparison between PhD degree and elementary school. And if we talk about the European sovereignty, technological independence, I think that Europe will not be able to catch up with the large language models which are dominating the global market currently. However, we may achieve a PhD degree in some very specified, narrow, niche products that specialize on specific tasks, which may include also language solutions. So we have trained our model to conduct translation, to compile summaries, answering questions. However, if we turn to the education, here we could talk about three main aspects in the context of education. First of all, efficiency. We want to make the life of all the involved parties easier, so that we use less resources, and also what was mentioned by the Minister of Finance, the personalization, so that we can adapt the content for the specific needs. And thirdly, the user's experience, which is another field which should be mentioned today.
And if we, this is one of my last slides, so it will be no surprise to those interested in the area, but we are focusing on various user groups that we might have. So first and foremost, or perhaps first we should talk about children, but obviously educators. Then we have parents who provide the support, especially at the primary stage of learning. Then we have those shaping the content of education and researchers. So for each of these groups, we see the ways in which Tilde Open can be adapted to customize it to the needs of that specific group. So there are various applications possible. Why does this have any importance? We see that LLMs are no longer a technology that allows us to interact with content, but they are becoming themselves a sort of a basis of knowledge as such. And it is important to have this basis adapted and localized to the national language. So this is our specific niche. Inclusive education, something that I didn't mention, an important aspect in this context, that many of these language technologies are also assisting technologies for children with impaired hearing, impaired vision, with learning disabilities. So these technologies, we see that they are coming in and they're helping provide this inclusivity in education. And of course, we also must not forget about the risks, the ethics surrounding it all. And we have to keep in mind that the overarching goal is to increase our productivity and efficiency in our work. So all of these slides will be made available to you, and with this, I will conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
Tagad jums vajadzēs nomainīt ūdeni pie pulces.
I think we need some more water at the rostrum here. Well, thank you very much, Kaspars, for your presentation. We have a lot of questions that have come in for you. For all of our audience, I wanted to let you know that all of the presentation that you've seen today will be made available to you. Everyone who registered for the conference, you will receive a link in your email, and they will also be published on the website of the Riga Technical University. So the first one is actually more of a comment rather than a question. I just wanted to say that I am very proud of Tilde and what you have done. So some words of recognition for you. Thank you. Well, I'll take the opportunity to come back to what Mr. Ashiradan said, that unfortunately we're living in a time when we don't have the opportunity to try out 3 different horses. We have to find the golden one straight away. And I think we've succeeded in that. Practical question: can you name the practical benefit of Tilde being in Latvia and that it's a Latvian company? Well, we would like to hope and believe that we are well known in this very small niche of ours in Europe as well and beyond. And the story that about Latvia's success story that the Minister of Finance referred to as well, I hope that Tilde is part of it, and it will be part of bringing Latvia's reputation to the world to really be at the head of the development of AI. Perhaps I think some of the questions, their importance alongside traditional reading and writing skills. And paradoxically, we have come to realize that it is not the new skills, but reading literacy itself has become the most difficult to acquire, and it's even under threat, despite being the foundation of information comprehension and interpretation, and also the basis for us to be able to further use AI tools. On the one hand, generative AI creates conditions and risks for further loss of reading and writing skills in the next generation. On the other hand, new technologies have allowed us to highlight more clearly the unique importance of reading and writing as a human-performed activity, both for cognitive development and for the results of intellectual work. In my presentation, I will attempt to describe the different types of reading found in the 21st century and to outline the role of traditional reading within this broader picture. And I believe that our discussion will help us see how we can actually save resources and best use them to foster a prosperous society with broad opportunities in the age of artificial intelligence.
The current situation can be illustrated with an analogy with the human body. Civilization has created different types of transport: cars, trains, airplanes, and we have also developed lifts, elevators, chairs, sofas, etc. But technological development has not removed the necessity for human body to move and use its own muscles. Of course, transport gives us many benefits, and we cannot do without them, but also we have to move on our own to maintain our health and physical capabilities. This is why we are using gyms. Something similar can be told maybe about information retrieval and reading. We will not give up the tools that allows us to analyze large data sets or quickly generate text for specific tasks. At the same time, we may become more conscious of caring for our cognitive abilities, mental capacity, and intellectual health. We may deliberately set aside more time for deep reading, just as we now do for physical exercise. OECD studies show that students' literacy began to decline around 2010-2012. And among the negative factors, they mentioned digital technologies and digital media. Television series, video games, social networks have displaced reading as a daily activity. At the same time, education has increasingly focused on individual needs and actually has helped such students, while at the same time lessening the role of discipline, effort, and actually striving for knowledge. And we have, at the National Library, have conducted several studies, and according to the data, most people in Latvia still read books. However, more and more people recently haven't read at all. They haven't read any books. And it's around 31% that haven't read a book in the recent year. And if we compare with 2017, this number was only 23%. It is important to emphasize that digital formats have not replaced the book as a cultural phenomenon. Printed books still dominate among Latvian readers, namely 57% are printed books, 16% account for e-books, and 9% audiobooks. These figures show that digital formats have not displaced analog reading, but coexists and interacts with it. However, daily information consumption still is dominated by digital media, such as social networks, audiovisual content, which almost entirely have replaced printed press. Most people read news from internet news portals, followed by social networks, television, radio, and printed press only accounts for 6%. And actually our relatives, friends, and acquaintances act as sources of information at the 8%. So, of course, digital media is a strong competition. However, they have not replaced deep reading. It must also be mentioned that since the early 21st century, we have new powerful means of transport for information. Of course, we had digital databases, text collections, etc. That all has been in existence already for many years. However, we have changed the way, not only the way how we read, but only how we read. We are also looking at text as a part of a broader picture, which includes visuals, etc. So, I would say that now it's important for us to not to lose ourselves in all this multitude of different representations and manifestations of information. Because still, the digital reading cannot replace deep reading. Electronic databases and text collections have created new conditions for retrieving information from scholarly articles and monographs. Instead of reading every page and every book, it has become possible to enter a keyword and find exactly what we need. In English, some researchers call this power reading. Power reading allows to digest thousands of pages rapidly, to flip through many pages just to find the exact phrase or piece of text that is needed. At the same time, these are only fragments that may lose very important context. If deep reading is linear and considers the coherence of the author's thought, then power reading is keyword-driven, mechanical, and oriented towards overview. This form of reading appears objective and efficient, and it introduces higher standards regarding which references must be found and cited. It creates an academic environment in which it becomes critically important which databases contain your publications. If you are not present in the right database, your contribution may remain unnoticed. Power reading requires digital competencies, media literacy, understanding of databases and search algorithms, the ability to systematize findings, proper citation skills, also the knowledge of scholarly communication ecosystem, namely understanding of which magazines, which journals to use. And in Latvia, actually, this has been Latvian National Library that digitalize books, periodicals, etc., thus also supporting the development of skills necessary to use such materials. Power reading has also reshaped the role of libraries and has actually highlighted the role of libraries, because power reading actually highlights the necessity to acquire new skills among the readers. Alongside power reading, the first decades of the 21st century saw the development of data mining, text mining, and distant reading. These methods no longer require even fragmentary reading. With computer tools, thousands of texts can be analyzed to identify themes, sentiment, similarities, or references to people, places, periods, or different organizations or institutions, or any other parameters. And in this register, text has become industrial, a mine, or a factory where information can be sifted, grouped, transformed into summaries, diagrams, networks, and maps. And of course, now all these opportunities require a set of new skills. And sometimes they say that pictures says more than 1,000 words, that these visualizations are more democratic and more accessible. Of course, also reading the visualizations require different types of skills. Of course, these are very important and powerful tools of transferring information. Of course, it brings a lot of benefits. However, dishonest or careless use of these tools can produce misleading representations. Of course, we should also talk about audio and video formats and their role. A vast amount of audio and video materials are made available nowadays, which allows people with visual impairments or dyslexia to acquire knowledge. And it can be used by anyone who is able to use these technologies. In a way, it makes it easier for us to operate in the current world. However, also listening skills are important. And deep listening also is based on historical traditions. We can be talking about the olden days where parents read books aloud to their children, etc. And this is how we have been learning language, its structure, etc., and allowed us to move from simpler to more complex texts historically. However, today, not always these audio materials act as a bridge or a tool for evolving our listening skills. In other words, the fact that reading historically has been a path towards development, this is not always the case today. And of course, historically and individually, still each child goes through these steps of evolution by reading. And of course, this is not just a technical skill, it also liberates you, since it provides you with necessary information which is necessary for you to make decisions. This can be viewed as a development from simpler to more complex forms of information, just as it happens in nature. The same can be applied to reading and listening. The problem is that at one point this development can get stuck somewhere in between. So the question is not just about whether audio and video formats are good or bad. The question is whether we are able to use them as stepping stones to improve our cognitive skills.
Generative AI appears to encompass all reading modes. It offers the capabilities of power reading and data mining, covering even larger data sets with less effort. And the AI can be a help to programmers, and it can write codes. For example, if researchers used to have to use various specific tools to find specific themes in large data sets, then with the help of LLMs, these can be formulated in a clear language with a clear aim of what we want to find out from this AI tool. The ease of use creates the illusion that correct answers are easily obtained. And if the code is incorrect, it will not work. If we search for keywords that cannot be found in the specific data set, then we will be returned with the answer that nothing has been found. But AI will generate an answer even if it doesn't have the relevant information at its disposal. And for AI to be able to produce the correct answers, therefore we still need data literacy in various forms, as well as knowledge about the area that you're researching, as well as the reading and writing literacy. Large language models have also industrialized writing and the reading process, which used to be possible only in limited scale, to be able to copy text, to refer to it, or plagiarize it at the worst case scenario. However, AI can fully simulate the results of writing, create summaries or explanations at scale. It can formulate explanations for various levels of understanding and serve as a very good tool assistant if we have these basic reading and writing skills. Although we say that computers read, that is not, at the end of the day, equivalent to human reading, especially deep and slow reading. And that doesn't mean that deep reading is always better than computer reading, because computer reading has an important role to play, and each type of reading has its own function. A person himself often becomes a simple reading machine when they read social network news or quickly peruse some sort of information to just find out what we need. Also, in this technological process or education process, sometimes students just scan over text to find the answers they need, and that too has its own time and place. However, deep reading requires time, focus, and often rereading of the text. And it reveals layers of meaning and ambiguity and context, and this deep and harmonized reading reveals text as a complex structure with various meanings. And it's not just a container from which you take the information that you need. There's a sensitivity to context where information is expressed. And of course, there are situations where automated summaries can be helpful, but will not provide the necessary tools in the specific context. The human attitude towards learning, the wish to learn, the wish to know how to learn. The reading creates emotions, and it is related to curiosity and the wish to really find out new information, understand, and use text to answer external questions. AI-generated summaries are not useless, because they too provide useful concentrated information about the events in the text. However, deep reading provides an opportunity to see the psychological nuances of the protagonists of the story and the meaning of the events as such. In learning literature, you can use the approach where teachers and students together create these summaries of text, and this helps us cover the huge amount of thinking that can be produced through literature. But we also have to dedicate the necessary time to deep learning, because education has to not only provide information about the content of Latvian literature, but also create the ability to think and learn based on this content. So our aim is not to teach you about what a specific novel was about, but rather to teach you to read at a high quality level, to understand, to seek understanding through your reading. It's possible that some of you here will be thinking that these are merely ideals that I'm talking about, that they're not related to reality. Many youths no longer want to deep read text. They don't want to go in depth into psychological nuances of a protagonist or fight through language jungles. However, it is our responsibility to provide them with the opportunity to learn deep reading and deep language skills for those who are able and who wish to do so. I've also often heard the idea that AI will promote the elitarianism in education, that only the richest, the most tenacious will continue to learn deep reading and writing, and the rest will depend on AI. And I absolutely reject this idea, being the situation in Latvia. Latvia's development has been based on this curiosity, intellectual drive. And taking that into account, our aim is to ensure that reading becomes once more a popular and useful skill, so that we can best use AI tools and drive forward technological development, rather just be its hapless users, as we've seen in many dystopian movies. I'd like to refer back to a motto on a sports hall in Riga that it is a place to learn how to do sports. And the weakened reading skills weaken our also national security and our the strength of our society. So it is our responsibility to take care of these skills. On October last year, when we concluded the 500th anniversary of the book in Latvian at the library, we adopted the Riga Manifesto, The Right to Read. And it affirms that reading is a cultural, educational, and national security issue. And it calls for a national reading strategy and to be at the heart of Latvia's further prosperity. And it especially highlights the right to read in the Latvian language. And this resonated, also creates a perfect parallels on how to use AI in education. And the idea of the right to read and the Riga Manifesto was also talked about throughout Europe. Many publications referred to it, and this is indeed an important message that the right to read and the idea about the meaning of reading also in the context of AI has really hit a nerve. And we will definitely continue to this conversation on reading skills, reading literacy in the rapid development of technologies. Looking to the future and future possibilities, it is important to use a foresight to be able to imagine how the world will develop. And I can tell you that reading will definitely be important as it develops our imagination, foresight, empathy, and so much more. So in conclusion, I would like to urge us all to remember that STEM and STEAM have to be supplemented with the letter R, because the future is not in the hands of AI. I think we've too quickly given this role to some anonymous abstract AI. The future is in the hands of a critical thinking and reading society and the potential and the use of AI potential. So that is why I urge you to use reading skills as the foundation for developing these technologies and using these technologies so that we are not just bogged down in utilitarian thinking, but be able to use these opportunities with empathy and ethics and with foresight, because that is the aim of our society and our education system. And in closing, let us remind you that it is important for us to be able to use and build upon what we already have. Books and reading will therefore continue to be that innovation that continues to surprise us. And it will also help us save resources and use the ones that we already have at our disposal. Let us read. Thank you.
Lielas paldies, Dagnija. Man gan
Thank you, Dagnija. I have to admit that we've a bit over schedule, so I will ask the audience to ask their questions to you during the coffee break. But we also received compliments about the energy and the inspiration of our director of the library, so thank you very much for your presentation. Our next speaker will be Zana Bitaniete, advisor to the director of the Riga City Council Department of Education, Culture and Sports. And she will give a presentation on the experience of the Riga City administration in reducing and eliminating barriers to the non-use of AI. Good day, dear representatives of ministries, representatives of education sector, business. Thank you very much for the opportunity to the city of Riga, to be part of this conference, which is focused not only about the role of AI in education, but also the role that we see for it in education and how we are going towards that. We are witnessing that AI has become an integral part of our daily lives, how we work, how we learn, how we teach, and also in how we prepare for conferences. Therefore, it is very important for us to be together and to together think about the role that we see for AI in education. So that is why my presentation today will focus on how the city of Riga has seen the role of AI in education so far and what development directions we are focusing on to make AI a useful tool in education.
Last year, the State Education Agency conducted a study on the use of AI in learning process and teaching process, and the results show that the usage level is quite high. Students use it in the percentage 84% of students and 71% of teachers. So basically, they are using AI in their work. Of course, the frequency of use also somewhat differs. Students are very active in using AI. They use it whenever necessary or not necessary. So, at least in the city of Riga, both teachers and students are relatively reluctant to cooperate. So basically, teachers use AI separately, students use it separately. But what we would like to achieve in our city is that this usage between teachers and students overlaps, so that both parties are involved and cooperate in this process. And I think this will also lead to a better understanding of these technologies and their application. And talking about our strategy, education strategy in Riga city, I looked at the most recent World Economic Forum report, and 77%, according to the report, say that they still are unable to find workers with the right skills. And this is an important barrier in the development of companies and institutions. And we also looked at the future labor market skills, and of course it includes both technological skills and human skills. Of course, among the technological skills, the AI usage skills are improving. However, human skills are equally important, such as creativity, as well as curiosity on how to use these technologies. In other words, how we motivate ourselves to acquire new knowledge, as well as lifelong learning, which applies not only to children but also to the teachers. Also, the adaptability to the swiftly changing world, as well as flexibility and adaptability, as well as analytical thinking. And if we look at all these skills, we should think what Riga city municipality can do to help develop these skills for the future. Therefore, it's important to also look at the barriers or impediments to this process. And I must admit that Riga is only beginning to introducing AI in our schools. And the main barriers or impeding factors, first of all, include lack of digital skills among teachers, which we are trying to develop. Specifically, we have a shortage of teachers who have in-depth understanding of AI tools. Also, I should mention the lack of the leadership role in AI development. Many leaders still don't have very clear vision on how AI could be integrated in their institutions. And also, there is a lack of common guidelines or common approach towards introducing AI tools in educational establishments. That's why in Riga we have defined some certain steps to be achieved during this year. First of all, to support the school leadership teams in educating them on the topics of AI and to broaden their understanding of how AI may help in their work. We will also support schools in developing guidelines so that all the stakeholders are crystal clear about how AI is to be used in educational establishments. Many schools have already done a lot in this area. And of course, we hope to borrow from the best practices and spread these best practices among all the Latvian schools. We are also borrowing ideas from the business. We are implementing different pilot projects. Just as a representative of Tilde said, Latvians are somewhat shy when talking about their achievements. I would say that we are also quite shy in defining ambitious goals. This is why I urge our schools to define more ambitious goals. And with our support, we are confident that we may find the best solutions, how, where, and when to implement different AI tools. Talking about specific examples, so far, among our teachers, we have certain already practices of using AI in their everyday work. We are also considering introduction of adaptive learning tools, first as pilot projects, of course. And here, of course, it is very important to have the full support of the school administration, because also in the school administration, the AI tools could make their work much easier. And this is why it is very important to establish cooperation with the academic sector, with the industry, because we are teaching the next generation of labor force, and this is why it is important for us to provide them with clear insights into what's happening in the industry, what are the topical issues, and other aspects of which are important for them to enter labor force in the nearest future. And of course, we are not talking about a separate or single university, a separate school. We are talking about a network of institutions that closely cooperate. Thank you. Thank you very much. We have received several questions. Many of them will be addressed to you during the coffee break. Maybe some of them will be touched upon in panel discussions. However, one question: as a municipality, do you use AI tools to deal with mental health issues among teaching staff and also students? Yes, this is one of the topics that should be developed, because based on research conducted by OECD, not always teachers are most satisfied in countries with the highest educational performance. This is something that, of course, we should improve also in Latvia. So there is a great potential. So thank you very much. And as the next part of our cooperation, we will have two experience stories. First, we will hear from Valentina Krūmiņa, acting researcher, Department of Health, Psychology and Pedagogy of Riga Students University. And she will talk about the application of chatbot in the process of learning. Thank you very much. Hello to everyone. It's a great opportunity for me to address you in this conference. I think most of you are well aware what are chatbots, who may imitate human-like conversation. I will give you some examples how chatbots can be used in education processes, specifically to students in the learning process, as well as to cope with stress, and to receive individualized support. So it was in spring last year when we created a chatbot based on the Noodle plugins. And we used them for scientific writing and methodological work. And we also introduced the handbook of ethical use of AI tools. So last autumn, we conducted a pilot study when we introduced the chatbot for students. So we made an introductory course. We told them about what are the capabilities and how it could be used in the study process. So the students could use this throughout the semester to solve different problems. And in late November, we gathered feedback from the students whether these chatbots have been useful, and the feedback shows that they feel very positive about the chatbot. They said it's both useful, helpful, and they are very open to use similar tools also in other courses. Of course, there are certain limitations, namely the accuracy of the chatbot replies. However, this chatbot, of course, has a rather limited database from which it can operate. This has to be taken into account. Another limitation is that there are different skill sets for students and teachers on how to use these chatbots. Of course, also there were certain functional limitations or the ease of use of the chatbot, which of course also can be further improved. So, main findings or conclusions. This tool generally created a feeling of trust and safety among students. We also created a glossary with all the terms in Latvian language. So I think that was a great help for students. And to me, as a lecturer, I could see that the texts submitted to me from students actually contained some very characteristic mistakes made by the chatbot. But it was great that we had an opportunity to discuss these mistakes during our classes. And it is clear that the chatbot is not another expert or another teacher. It's just a support tool which can be very helpful if used appropriately. So basically, it's a facilitator, not a substitute for a teacher, which still is helpful. And many of you already mentioned that people are using AI and will continue to use it increasingly in the future. And what we can do is to enable our students to use them properly.
And while students are still only learning the basic concepts and the principles of academic writing, it is crucial to provide this academic support. And we are asked for examples and also on how to best shape the critical attitudes to bot answers that we can later on analyze together. So after these bots perform structural tasks, and then we can analyze the answers provided together with the students and show them how to best evaluate them. And students worked with individualized research topics, so every student had their own topic, and typically it is easy for students to move the content that they've learned from the general discussion to their specific topic. So what the bot does is it helps students identify how the general discussion relates to their specific area of interest, how to best formulate it for their specific research and research questions, and to also identify the differences also through the prism of their own individual theme, through sometimes rather simply formulated aims to reformulate them in an academic way. Another benefit is the potential to reduce routine burden on the educators. So this helps students better learn terminology, because the students sort of interact with the learning material that helps them clarify theoretical questions, sometimes sort of understand issues better at their level in a way that they best understand. And this is one of the reasons why there are less questions to the professors about terminology. So there's less email that professors have to deal with relating to this. The chatbot also helped to best identify how students use these tools, because when students use these through various other models, then we as the educators don't necessarily know where the problem comes from, why something doesn't work or why something is incorrect. If this tool is integrated into our own system, then it's better, easier for us to identify how students use it, how best to adapt either our assignments or how to better explain certain matters or questions. So this is very useful, and it also develops my skills as an educator and reinforces the role of the educator in the process. One thing that I didn't mention before, relating to the learning of the curricula, students also appreciated that it helped them prepare for exams. And this is probably one of the reasons why this year we also heard feedback that there were very good results in the oral exams. That because this tool is available whenever in the digital environment to all students, this definitely provides tangible benefits. And similarly, as was already mentioned, that the introduction of AI tools is not something that is the task of just a single institution, then it is also not the task of a single educator. It requires teamwork, and support is needed at various levels, both at also the openness of the education institution to integrate these tools, collegiate support to create better teaching approaches, IT support most definitely, especially if it's tools that are developed or adapted to the specific purposes. Certainly, we also need support for professors, educators that are introducing these tools. And also, this support is needed in the sense of content adaptation, content creation. This is definitely a very demanding process that requires a lot of time, effort, and resources, and it's something that definitely needs to be thought about, and support needs to be provided to ensure a successful result, because it can't all lie on the shoulders of individual educators. So I'm very happy about our team, because we have truly succeeded, I think, in this, and we are moving forward. And in conclusion, I wanted to say that most certainly you should not be afraid of these tools. It's an enriching and fun process if we understand the restrictions, limitations of these tools, and if we use them to the benefits that they have, then we can truly help our students better learn the skills that they will need in the labor market. Thank you. So we don't have a lot of time, so just two quick questions. Can you comment on the technical side of what is the foundation for this AI chatbot? Yes, I didn't go into detail on this because I was more speaking about the sort of results. It's based on OpenAI. It's a widget for the Model E-study environment. And the second question, in which sort of discipline do students most use this? So it's a research methodology. So psychology students, both bachelor and master level, for their research projects. Well, thank you very much once more. The rest of the questions you will be able to discuss during the coffee break, which is fast approaching, but we still have one presentation to do on how artificial intelligence solutions support the educational process, enabling and hindering factors. So I will ask Linda Daniela, who is the Dean of the Faculty of Educational Sciences and Psychology at the University of Latvia, and also a researcher, to give her presentation on the subject. So I'm sorry that I'm the one keeping you from the coffee break, but I promise to be quick. I will try to explain to you the main things that I want to convey to you. So one issue that I will speak about is the hindering factors, then the opportunities, and I've also collected some proposals that we have already come up with in working with AI, testing out various solutions. So first, about the risks. The risks are very real. So the deterioration of cognitive capacity is something that can indeed take place. However, there's a big but. A lot depends on how we use these tools. Whether we will be present and help our children, our students, to learn and use these tools, or will we just give them the tools and they use it as they will, where they will not put in any effort, any cognitive effort in the process, and therefore that can definitely lead to deterioration. Algorithmic bias. Understanding, as researchers, understanding how these different answers are shaped, we also see this as a risk. This lack of transparency in the system is also another risk. And an important issue that we see is the impact on academic integrity and also trust. Because AI is a friend to all of us. I mean, I don't think that there's anyone in this room that hasn't come to this conclusion, that hasn't used AI for some purpose or another. But at the same time, those working in higher education institutions are looking at students with suspicion. Not always are these suspicions founded, sometimes they are. And the same happens in schools, where young people need to create something, develop something. But what I see as the greatest risk in this area is the lack of preparedness of educators and learners to use AI, and the unavailability of adequate resources. So why lack of preparedness? I mean, they use these tools all the time. But what I mean here is this support, educational support in this application of these tools, because we can also promote cognitive development through use of AI tools. The Stradinch University experience was already mentioned about how they use chatbots. So moving on, about opportunities. And we certainly believe that either chatbots or any other ways that we organize educational processes, we can ensure that we have a higher efficiency in the education process, but we have to understand how to do it. We have the possibility to personalize learning and provide individualized support. And what was already mentioned before, the inclusive education is something that is a definite opportunity. The only thing that I want to highlight here is that if we place our young people in this environment without any educational supervision, then we have to keep in mind that not everyone will be motivated at the same level. Not everyone will go and find out and learn and do what they need to do. So the educational aspect still remains. And the last thing that I want to mention here is that we have the opportunity to strengthen human qualities, to find information, see what's useful, what's not. What have we done in our faculty? These are all, of course, sort of small-scale solutions, but we've tried to develop a tool for providing feedback to students. This is nothing extraordinary. A lot of institutions are doing this. What we did differently, and which was definitely a challenge, was that we tried to go through handwritten work by students. What was already mentioned, that as opposed to English, this is a definitely challenge in Latvian, which is a small language, to deal with handwriting through AI. We also developed an AI to test if the learning materials developed allow to achieve the learning goals that have been set. So in an academic lingo, we need a student to develop cognitively, reach higher levels of thinking, and then we have to assess whether the learning materials help them achieve these higher levels. We've developed a solution that tests references in student works. And we also working on creating virtual assistants. We have some solutions that have not been as successful. The first ones that I listed have been the most successful. And we're also working on developing pedagogical principles for the use of AI. If at the moment AI requires changes in educational techniques, as the dynamics of the learning process is changing, and only the educator can change whether AI will be a threat or an assistant, and what can we do? So putting together the ideas that we've come up with, we think that one thing we can do is that strengthening the central role of the educator in AI-supported learning. So they are also the user, but they much more need to be an architect of the process, to shape the process. The educational judgment is still the main criterion of quality, and AI serves as a support tool rather than a decision maker. So moving on, we see that it's necessary to ensure safe, transparent, and accessible AI infrastructure. That means access to trustworthy AI solutions for educational purposes, adequate server capacity and data protection, avoiding inadvertent and uncontrolled use of AI tools. We think it's also necessary to establish clear principles for the use of AI in education, clearly define what you are allowed and what you are not allowed to do with AI, and what the limitations and restrictions. Rules for this are academic honesty and responsible use guidelines, a common understanding for students and pupils and educators. We need to invest in resources and professional development. This means targeted training on the pedagogical use of AI, the development of virtual assistants, and cognitive growth-enhancing scenarios. What we also need to do is we need to stop demonization of AI and non-critical idealization of these tools. And AI is a part of the education system rather than an external threat or a rescuer. We also think that we have to speak about these issues in research much more broadly than we are currently doing. We have to study the impact of AI on cognitive development. We have to continue developing the pedagogically sound patterns of AI use. We have to analyze the impact on equality and inclusiveness. And we need to develop AI literacy frameworks for educators and students because without a systematic research approach, AI deployment remains intuitive rather than sustainable. And trying to formulate some ideas for policymakers, we need a clear AI policy framework on AI use. We need to invest in human resources and technologies. We need to ensure safe and accessible AI infrastructure. And we need to support pilot projects and the evaluation thereof, as well as promote a balanced public discourse on AI. That would be all my quick presentation, because AI in education is a strategic decision, not a technological experiment. So it's good that we're discussing this. And that is my presentation for now. Thank you.
Lielas paldies, Dani.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Daniela. We have several questions that have been sent in. I'll ask you one. The rest you can discuss during the coffee break. The question is, are the evaluations based on AI, can they distinguish between creativity and just standardized solutions? Well, the answer is yes and no. In some areas, it succeeds very well, but then in other areas, we've seen that the AI sort of falls into the trap of not being able to assess human creativity. So that means that Mr. Kalinš still has potential for growth and new solutions by Tilde. Thank you very much for your presentation. Dear audience, and our remote audience as well, we will continue our conference at 1 o'clock on the dot. So be back in the room by then. Now you have an opportunity for a coffee break and lunch. In the second part of the conference, we will have more speakers speaking in English. So if you need interpretation, please take the headsets before you return to the room. And in the second part of the conference, we will hear from the Ministry of Education about an ecosystem approach promoting AI skills in education. We will hear from the World Bank about the global experiences that Latvia can adapt. And there will also be a panel discussion where policymakers will discuss the specific steps that Latvia should take. So thank you, and see you back at 1 o'clock.
Esiet sveicināti!
Hello, everyone. We are now ready to continue with the second part of the conference. And we will be discussing the Latvian view on the integration of AI in education. We will also look at the global experience from the point of view of a World Bank representative, and the panel discussion among the decision makers who will be discussing the introduction of AI in the midterm. And to begin, I would like now to invite a couple of experts. Also, please use the panels on both sides of the room to submit your questions. But now let us start with an ecosystem approach to promoting artificial intelligence skills in education, presented by Elīna Lidere, Senior Consultant, Office of the State Secretary of the Ministry of Education and Science, also head of the Artificial Intelligence in Education think tank. Hello, everyone. I hope you are energetic after the coffee break. I would like to start with a brief overview of current situation because, of course, technologies are developing very fast. For example, ChatGPT has now reduced the time necessary to reach 1 million users, for example, and Sensor Tower data says that ChatGPT among the top used applications worldwide. And with these new technologies, everyone who has a smartphone may at any moment access this ChatGPT application, which has contributed to widespread use of these technologies. And when I meet AI experts, usually they tend to say that, you cannot expect always the correct answers because nowadays we have more questions than answers when we are discussing AI. And this is why we have to discuss uncertainty regarding the future of the development of AI. In a way, we are in a mist, in the middle of an ocean in a boat, but still hoping that we will reach the destination, and we keep paddling. So the same applies to AI, especially in the context of education. It is clear that much has to be studied to understand the best use of AI. And previously I worked for the mobile telephone operator in Latvia. We used to have defined goals, and we linearly moved towards implementing these goals. However, nowadays, we understand that there are several options, different possibilities. We understand our capabilities. We know the desirable outcome and try our best to achieve it. And this is how I would put it in a diagram. So we start with planning, followed by execution. Then we have outcomes. So at all stages, we must be prepared to implement certain changes. And this is why also the Ministry of Education, when we think about how to find the right answers, Within our think tank, we have included education experts from the Education Development Agency, municipality, as well as our own education ministry, school directors, universities, and also an international partner. So this is the composition which composes our think tank in order for us to understand what are the main developmental goals. So this was the core theme that I mentioned in the previous slide. However, we also have a network of networks, which of course implies much broader cooperation. For example, a dedicated group works on the tertiary or higher education issues. However, our main mission is for Latvia to improve the human capital productivity in Latvia, as well as to focus on national security, the circulation of information and language, etc. So in a way, we have created an ecosystem, so we try to find the correct answers by joining our efforts. And basically, we are focused on the improving of the human capital qualities. We are also working with international partners, because it's obvious that currently the knowledge belongs to the technological companies. If previously it was concentrated in the hands of governments or otherwise, then now huge amounts of knowledge is now held by large companies, tech companies. So basically our approach is that we collaborate, we try to involve a broad spectrum of stakeholders, thus working on innovations in education. So currently one of our main focus is on AI basic skills amongst pupils and students. Of course, not forgetting about the educators. Then another item, or item number 2, is the AI expertise, namely an in-depth knowledge provided by experts. We are also working on pilot projects to be implemented in isolated schools in order to provide us with a certain feedback and find the best solutions which lessen the workload of the teaching staff and students alike. Another field of work is the specialization that we could focus on specifically in Latvia. Of course, one of the points of focus is the Latvian language and how to use AI in a way that doesn't make this language laughable sometimes. However, there are still many discussions whether the education sector even needs AI or whether it should be prohibited. Because many talk about the MIT research on essay writing with ChatGPT. And the main conclusion was that the brain activity, whenever AI is used, actually slows down. So the discussion is whether we are working on the tool while losing our own cognitive abilities, or these are just the first steps, and this is just the first study, which maybe shouldn't be perceived as an alarming sign. Another study was conducted in Turkey, which was published on OECD journal, which says that when students use AI when studying, they show good results in tests. However, during the examination, they usually perform even poorer than those who previously didn't use any AI. So currently, we are facing several dilemmas on which approach is the optimal solution to achieving best educational results. So basically, we should be focusing on smart use of AI. But generally speaking, it's something that is here to stay. And Latvia is also among the countries where people actively use AI tools. Here you can see a graph. And what concerns our local study, already 81% of Latvian students are using AI. And I can't even imagine how students, teachers would fight against this trend. And this study also has shown that actually students would expect from the teachers some help in using effectively and ethically AI tools in the studying process. What concerns teachers, the usage is around 38%. Although some 47% of teachers have undergone some training on AI, however, it seems that they are quite reluctant or cautious about using AI tools in their everyday work. While currently these student activities are not regulated, here we can see some main types of usage. The most popular usage among children is actually to use AI as a tool to help with the study process and homeworks. And sometimes children tend to perceive these AI tools as friends or seek emotional support from them, which may be sometimes quite troubling. Another topic to be discussed is the role of parents in all these processes, because on one hand there is something that schools may allow or prohibit, but on the other hand it's also important to follow what's happening at home. Even preschool children are nowadays using AI tools, and quite many parents have little understanding of what's happening between their children and AI. Many schools are considering simply prohibiting the use of AI. And talking about prohibitions, University of Latvia, for example, talked about the Ottoman Empire, which delayed the legalization of printed books for several hundreds of years compared with Europe. So it only shows that sometimes people are reluctant to accept new realities and new tools that become part of our everyday life. So there is certain resistance from some schools, from some experts, but we would definitely rather talk about allowing the use of AI.
And as for studies in various other countries, here I've collected the results from several countries' experience, and it shows that the sector is rapidly developing, but there's still a lot of unknowns. For example, with assistance at home, a US study showed that learners using AI assistants at home have better acquisition of content than if they learn on their own. Then another study in the UK showed that AI assistants in education can help improve both critical thinking, creativity, cooperation skills. And the main thing that is being focused on at the moment in education is the sector-appropriate software solutions based on sort of the pedagogical practice. So, for example, if you use an AI chatbot, instead of it providing you with the right answers right away, it sort of gives you hints and tips and to allow the learner to come to the answer on their own. And then if we think about AI, mostly we think about generative AI, which is the one that is most rapidly developing at the moment. But there are various other AI tools that are also in use both in society as a whole as well as in education. As for what is already going on in schools and universities, the Ministry of Education has provided support, and also the Education Development Agency. So we have a project on safe, secure internet, so guidelines for security, for digital security, ethical use of AI in education. And there's also specialized methodological guidelines for specific study subjects. And also there are video lectures prepared for educators on how to safely and correctly use AI in their work. We also have two big studies planned for this year. One being implemented by the Riga Technical University, and one aimed at higher education being implemented by the Vidzeme University of Applied Sciences. These studies will look at how to use AI tools in higher education in Latvia. And as regards AI skills, we have both UNESCO, OECD, and European Commission sort of frameworks for the levels, skill levels that we are aiming for and how we are developing AI skills. UNESCO has 3 levels, where the basic one is understanding what AI is. Then the next one is to develop skills to use AI, and then the more advanced level is to create various AI tools themselves. As for educators, the skill level also begins with the basic understanding, basic methods to be used. Then the second level is sort of an expert level to expand their knowledge and skills. And then the next level is to, when you already start looking at how AI will transform the education system as a whole. And here again, looking at the various skill levels, the European Commission has 4 skill levels. So the first one is basic understanding of what AI is and how it can affect anything. And the second level is the ability to create using AI, so generative AI. The third level is to sort of manage AI tools, and then the last level is creating, developing, and shaping the further development of AI. And here we have a more, even in more detail, a sort of a 5-level system developed by LinkedIn, which also is based on the first level is understanding, then comes the usage, creation, model training, and the top tier is specialized development. Then as for a specific roadmap that I spoke about at the beginning, in general education, we are accumulating, collecting best practices. We have sort of guidelines that have already been prepared, and the Riga Technical University studies have already looked at Latvia's experience. We have an expert group that is using this experience and elaborating further guidelines on how to best use AI tools moving forward. Then we have pilot schools that will try these solutions out to see what works, what doesn't, and then we have a rollout at the national level within 3 years. And then here's an example from a school in London where it was also a pilot project approach, which is one of the main approaches that is used in the digital transformation sector. So first of all, you try to understand what the problems that you want to solve is, what the challenges that you're dealing with, then explore available tools that could help solve these issues, try them out and test them out in pilot projects, and only then do you roll them out in a broader manner. And here, this school also identified several benefits that they saw that were helpful to them, that teachers had to spend less time planning lessons, they had to spend less time preparing for lessons because a lot of materials was already available that had been certified as useful for their pupils, that they have various opportunities to develop various skills and needs of pupils. They saw that the sort of curiosity among their pupils increased because teachers could spend more time in communication with their pupils as well, and the children themselves also said that they are better motivated and more involved in the educational process, which overall leads to a better result in knowledge. And in higher education, we are looking at how to provide AI skills to all students in Latvia, and how to ensure these skills also to the educators, professors, researchers. Another key direction that we're looking at is the training of new educators, how they are learning, how they are understanding AI opportunities to already lay the groundwork for how they will work in future, and then of course also the research excellence and specialization in AI, which is something that Latvia needs to focus on to also expand its international partnerships and competence and see what it is that we want to sort of link our reputation to in terms of AI. And then international partners have already expressed interest in research partnerships on how to develop AI tools for education in the best possible way. And also how to use various solutions based on AI for education. As for projects that have already been implemented in universities in Latvia, we have a master's study program, the University of Latvia and the Technical University, since this will also bring in professors from abroad. Another major project we have planned for this year is the AI antenna project, which will allow us to use the Finnish supercomputer resources for training AI modules, and it will promote Latvia's cooperation with partners across the EU on AI issues. And at the Stradiņš University, the digital strategy and AI management study program has also been introduced. In conclusion, a question that people are often afraid about, which always is highlighted in any discussion about AI, is will AI replace humans? And here I can refer to a slide from a presentation by the OECD, where the researcher was talking about a study on medical diagnosis where some doctors diagnosed without any additional support tools, AI tools, or using internet. And what they saw in this study is that using AI, the doctor is actually better at diagnosing the condition. But what I found most interesting and what the OECD stressed is that without AI, without a doctor, the AI actually showed a higher result. So that begs the question of one thing is the regulation, the other thing is a person knows that the AI will be better at diagnosing what's wrong with you, then who will you choose, the doctor or AI without a doctor? So this was a transformative sort of idea, at least for myself personally. I don't think it will work the same in all areas, but overall there are specific things where both theoretically and practically, when we come to the question, it's what will we choose? But overall, it is a consensus that the role of humans, the role of teachers will only increase, and overall it will become increasingly important because we are social beings, and in the education process, the human relationships are of key importance. The AI can give you a broader, perhaps, perspective, more feedback about what you've done, but this does not remove the fact that students and pupils cherish their human relationships with their educators, where the teacher or professor comes in to explain information and also take the time to get to know their students. And it's perhaps a already very broadly heard saying that if you don't have natural intellect, AI will not be of any help. But overall, I have to say that we are the ones that are shaping our future. Future is not something that will happen to us. It's our choice of how we take part in it, what we do, how we shape it, because that will be the foundation of our future success. Thank you.
Lielas paldies, Helēna.
Thank you, Elena. We have some questions already for you. I will not be able to ask you all of them, though. One practical question, entrepreneur asks, if I have proposals for AI solutions for education, who should I turn to? Well, education technology development is an area that we are looking at. We don't have that much work done in this area yet, but we've spoken with the Startup Association about possible partnerships, and Latvia is quite a small country, so I would perhaps be the first person you should come to. Are you also looking at linking adult education with AI development? Well, when we are speaking to universities about AI courses, then we are also looking at the possibility to provide courses for both students as well as courses that would be sort of available to people after they've graduated as well. So one more comment, the plan on implementing AI tools within 3 years in education is perhaps not a viable deadline. Well, best practices will definitely spread very quickly, but if we look at a national level, then this is actually considered quite an ambitious period by many countries, and they're looking at Latvia's experience to learn from what we do. But obviously, the best examples and best practices will spread quickly. The last question, you had a slide on AI use in higher education. There were 4 steps there. What is the first one that the Ministry of Education should work on? Well, the first one would be promotion of skill developments, that instead of restricting students from using AI, we teach them the basic skills on how to use it correctly. Thank you, and I'm sure you will be able to discuss the other questions after the conference. Thank you to Elena.
And now let me switch back to English because we have a second presentation, the second part of the conference, with the name Prerequisites for Using Technology in Education to Promote Accessibility, Quality and Efficiency in a Balanced Way. So let me introduce you to Mr. Clay Lin, who is a Senior Advisor for Digital and AI at the World Bank Group. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm very glad to be invited here to give you the global perspective from the World Bank about our experience and lessons learned for AI in education. Now, before I present, I want to set the context because our primary experience is for developing countries. And by providing this figure, that will set the context properly for my content. So, the subscription fee to ChatGPT is about $20 per month per user, right? But for the World Bank, the poverty line is $2.15 for the entire household. It's $3 per person. So while we take things for granted, $20 may not be too much for us. For the developing world, it's a very different perspective. So I hope this number will set the context as we go through the presentation. Now, since we're talking about AI, so let me give you a TLDR version of my presentation. I'll tell you my conclusion first. First point I want to make is AI is a system reform, is not just a technology rollout. The second one is the technology will amplify what exists already. If you have good pedagogical practices, it amplifies them. If not, it also amplifies them. The number 3 point is the success depends on prerequisites, not just the model sophistication when we talk about AI. So with that said, I will frame my presentation from these 3 strategic objectives. First one is accessibility. That means you reach all students, all learners, regardless of location, language, or ability. I will give you a data from our study. So in terms of ChatGPT access disparity, 25% of population from high-income countries access ChatGPT. But for low-income countries, the percentage is only 0.7%. So you see this disparity between high-income countries and low-income countries, and which obviously is a tremendous hindrance to the accessibility for low-income countries to access powerful AI tools. And then to talk about quality, about 70% of 10-year-old in low and middle-income countries lack basic reading comprehension. So quality is very important, especially in the context of the low and middle-income country. And then efficiency, which I think we have heard other speakers talk about different tools to help the teachers, how it would alleviate the burden for the student, which is one of the primary focus for the World Bank to help developing teachers in developing countries. Now, the technology promised to solve all these problems, but what we are seeing is at times these three categories are like the impossible triangle. When you improve one area, it may undermine the other two areas. So technology promises that it will help us to reach out the most rural area, most underserved communities. Technology promises we will be able to personalize learning at scale. And also technology promises that we will automate routine tasks and scale expertise. While that's all true, we have to be very mindful that technology is not a silver bullet. And so what kind of risks are we talking about if we are not careful about what technology could go wrong? So from our observation and our experience, rolling out technology without careful consideration of the prerequisites will actually deepen or widen the digital divide. As certain part of the world advance on the technology side, many developed world lag behind the access to those powerful tools. And then we also see the quality issue. For example, without strong pedagogy, it just amplifies low quality content at scale. So that's another phenomenon we have experienced. And then when we talk about efficiency, it could be without strong governance, it optimizes what is easily measurable, but not the real outcome. So those are the things that we are very concerned about, the risk from deploying technology without a purpose, without proper preparation. So what determines promise or peril? From our experience, these are the three types of prerequisites that we have been focusing on. The digital infrastructure, which is the infrastructure and interoperability. And the second one is pedagogical, which is about learning, the learning framework, the content, the assessment. And the number three category is system or institutional, which is about governance, capacity, and sustainability. And let me unpack them a little bit for each one of them. So to us, the connectivity and access is not about the national average. It's about the last mile problem, because the most difficult part of connectivity and access is how do you reach the most remote area and the last mile. You know, there are students out there who have not had access to internet and who have not received quality content from connectivity. But if you look at the national average number, things may look good on the surface, but because we often overlook about the last mile problem. And the digital public infrastructure is about the national ID, the interoperability of the data, student records. So can student records from one school be shared with other schools, or it stay in silo in certain schools? And then the platform is about providing the data exchange platform to share records based on stringent requirements and safeguards and guardrails implemented. For the pedagogical learning and teaching, this is what we are seeing. We have observed situation where technology have rolled out, but it cannot actually help the teachers to receive, to be very beneficial to the teachers. So we have to be cognizant about the technology role is not to replace teachers, but it changed their role. So teacher used to be the content provider. Now with all the technology in place, it changed the teacher's role to facilitator. And if we don't keep that in mind and make the right adjustment to the pedagogical framework and practices, the technology will fail us. And speaking about system and institutional, we recommend to our country clients, we need to focus on governance and policies, set the national policies and practice, prepare institutional capability, and make sure your good pilot outcomes is scalable through proper funding and maintenance, and so the sustainability issues could be addressed. Now, no one actor can actually do it all for AI, for education adoption. So when we talk about cross-sector collaboration, the current situation we're seeing is AI is moving so fast. No one can actually catch up with the evolution of AI tools and how useful it could be. And then the capacity and resource gap are a binding constraint to many countries and governments. And relevance and equity are also at risk. So the recommendation we have for the government would be the government should be the enabler. It should be the stewards of public value, and it should be the guardians of public interest. That's the role the government should play. And then for higher education institutions, the role is to anchor the talents and the research to prepare the next generation of talents for the adoption of AI in technology. And then the private sector is to be the innovator and localize the solution. I think a good example we have heard this morning from the company Tilda. They actually build on the frontier model, they produce a very specific model, they localize a solution for the language used in Latvia. And that's exactly the kind of a capability we're looking for partners to replicate the solutions to developing countries. So it takes all these three major players to work together with a shared national direction, with a platform-based collaboration, and join force in co-creation and ownership, and then create a continuous loop back for government, for higher education institutions, as well as for the private sector. Now, let me talk about what the World Bank is doing when it comes to AI. So from some speakers earlier, you have heard about big AI and small AI. In our context, big AI means the frontier models from Gemini, from OpenAI. Those are the large language model, consume a lot of computing powers, consume a lot of data in order to produce the capable AI tools. To us, those are very good, but accessibility to those tools is a challenge to our client countries. So if you have been following the news from the World Bank, we have been promoting what we call small AI-based solutions, which means smaller AI, a smaller language model, it's domain-specific, and the model that Tilda presented earlier was a very good example. who knows, does anyone know how many spoken languages are there in Africa? It's about 2,000 to 3,000, estimated. And that's the situation we are facing in the continent of Africa. Because when you talk about education, you have to localize it. You have to localize the content, you have to localize the delivery, you have to localize the packaging of it. So what we are focusing on and what we are looking for effective solutions to be replicated is well-trained, smaller language model to be adapted to the local language. And I'm very glad to, first of all, learn about this solution from Tilda, and also the fact the National Library here has established a semantic language database. That's exactly what some African countries are doing. So for example, the country of Malawi has established a digital language library by taking data from the local news media to train a small language model to produce Malawi-specific solutions for different purposes, including education. And this is the small AI solution we have been looking for, meaning smaller language model. It does not take a huge amount of compute power to generate a solution, and the ultimate application will be able to run on edge devices like mobile phone in an offline situation. So that will be a perfect solution to our development country context. Now, what's the benefit of small AI from our perspective? If you use frontier models, the big tech firms control everything, including your data, and it could be very sensitive data to the country. Now, in our conversation with many client countries, the concern about digital or data sovereignty has come up all the time. The clients would ask us, how do we ensure data sovereignty? How can we ensure that the big tech firms are not taking our most sensitive data and use those data to retrain our model? And small AI present an opportunity to help the country to address concern, because most likely those models will be open source based. With the right resources put together, a country would have a better management and control of how the data could be shared, flow, and how the most sensitive could be safeguarded. And on the cost side, remember I talked about the poverty line per person is $3 a day. Now, if you allow all the students in a certain country to pay for the subscription fee of the ChatGPT, it's not affordable to many countries. So the small AI-based solution is very cost-effective because other than development costs and maintenance costs, there's no cost of subscription to the students and to the teachers. Obviously, there are some trade-offs, right, between big AI and small AI. I think many of you are very familiar with this kind of approach already. So let me just highlight a few. So accessing to big AI frontier-based model will give you a broader access of different subjects, better capabilities, immediate deployment and availability of the latest features. But then one of the cons will be the data will be sent to the external vendors. So when we talk about data sovereignty issue, which I just covered, that would be a huge concern. For the small AI model, it's purposely trained and tuned for your application purpose. For education, it's specially tuned. For learning outcome, and data most likely can stay in the country, but obviously the drawback will be it requires the prerequisite to be ready, and it may be less flexible compared to general AI. The other thing we are doing is we are looking at agentic AI. There's a flagship project we are currently working on with a big tech firm we call Digital Campus. So the idea is we work with the company to create a digital campus. Client countries can leverage the resource available made through the digital campus for lesson planning, for tutoring, for administrative tasks. And there will be a platform to allow data to be exchanged with different components of the government agencies, with different schools. So that's the idea. And the intent is we want to provide architecture blueprints to all countries, including developing countries and developed countries. So there will be an open source version of digital campus to provide toolkits and reference architectures and the data architecture so that it will be easier for many countries to adopt this concept of digital campus to receive the best results. Now, here, I think many of you are very familiar with common AI use cases in education. For example, this morning we heard from Alex about the personalized learning. Previously, personalized learning is not possible when you talk about one teacher managing 30, 40 students. It's very difficult to keep track of individual progress, let alone coming up with personalized training for each student. Now, with the right tool, you can actually assess the capability, the progress, and you come up with recommended curriculum for the students to catch up so the student can take it as his or her own pace. It's self-learning, asynchronous, and it will be a tremendous help to the teacher. So that's one example. And the other example will be teacher support and efficiency. Pilot cases in UK has shown by leveraging the right tool to do lessons planning has caused a reduction of 31% of preparation time for teachers to prepare lessons. Now, one thing I do want to mention, because some speakers also talk about the concern about cognitive development once AI is in full swing. So there's the latest report from the Brookings Institution shows that it's indeed a real concern. It's supported by the study result, and they call this phenomenon as cognitive offloading, which means once you are so used to use AI tools, you stop thinking. And you offload a lot of thinking to AI tools. And that is a major concern overshadowing the benefit that could be brought about by AI. Now, yesterday when I had a panel discussion with students from Riga Technical University, some student asked me questions about how can we continue to maintain and develop cognitive abilities in the era of AI. My recommendation to them is reprinted the books. And I'm glad to hear from the director of the National Library here earlier. She highly recommend reading the books. And one joy you cannot get from the digital devices is to smell the freshness from a newly printed book. Enjoying reading and take the time to read books is really important to continue the development of the cognitive ability. Now, we can talk about trust because the education is a trust-based system. Without clear accountability of human roles in making decisions, trust will erode. And explainability is very easy to understand. You got to be able to explain how did you derive the assessment result of student and what's the rationale and what's the algorithm maybe even that you have come up with this recommended path for course taking. And if we don't have the trust and transparency and explainability, there's no way we can scale a good pedagogical practice. So the trust and transparency and explainability has come up in many of our discussions with the client country. So what is the World Bank's role in terms of AI in education? We are taking an evidence approach to scale. So our message has been fairly consistent to our client countries. You have to have a good system and practice in place when you adopt AI. Otherwise, AI, the technology, will just amplify what you already have in place. So, for example, a good example I can quote is in the country of Nigeria, there was a AI tutoring pilot, and in just 6 weeks, the program achieved 0.31 skill development overall gain. And the results show the progress is equivalent to 1.5 to 2 years of learning. So this is what the technology can do if you are well prepared with a solid prerequisite as the foundation, the results will show. And lastly, at the World Bank Group, we are the institution that provides sovereignty-based loan to countries as well as investment in the country's private sector. When we are implementing education-based projects, these are the principles that we follow. First one is ask why, which means what problem are we trying to solve? We're not trying to do a technology rollout for the sake of deploying technology. We have to be clear about what are the problems and challenge we're tackling. And second one is you have to take an inclusive approach when you apply education-based technology, meaning it has to be designed for all, not for the majority, not for the average, but designed for all. Then number three is you have to empower the teacher, because oftentimes AI or other technology rolled out is considered just another tool. There was not enough investment made in teachers. So teachers are very less prepared in terms of adopting new tools and new technology, which the result shows is detrimental if the teachers are not well prepared, well trained for any new technology or new practice. So this has been one of our focus area that you have to invest the teacher. It's imperative, it's important to the success of AI adoption. And then you have to engage the ecosystem, which is the point I made about no one actor can do the AI adoption in education alone. You have to put together an ecosystem to create a healthy loop back for progress. And then lastly, it has to be data-driven. You have to collect the data, use the data to show result, and to find where are the gaps still and where you can further improve. This is my last slide, talking about what will be the pathway for implementation. Assess your readiness and build the foundation first, and then you always start small, and then you monitor and then iterate. These are the recommended pathway for any country when we talk about AI in education. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You did perfect in your timing. Two small questions before we start the panel discussion, and you will be as well invited. One as well, I see that the entrepreneur is asking, how can a startup reach out to the World Bank if they have solutions that could benefit the developing countries?
Okay, that's very encouraging to hear because we know government doesn't create jobs. It takes the private sector to generate jobs. So we are always looking for a company like, for example, Telda and others to partner together, especially now with our new practice of knowledge bank. We are looking for private sectors to provide innovative solutions where we can blend in the solution into our engagement model and produce the real result on the ground. You can send me email. I will be your triage point to connect you with the right team members.
Excellent, excellent. And the second question, which countries World Bank currently sees as the best examples of smart implementation of artificial intelligence in education?
Which case?
Which countries you see as the best example?
Well, I have been impressed on this trip by talking with many government officials here. So Latvia, obviously, we don't have any investment project here, but I think you set the right course. You're considering all the right examples. I would say Nigeria is a pretty good country to showcase, especially the tools. They are very forward-looking. They partner with tech companies, and they have very well-defined framework to move things forward. So the pilot use case that I just showed shows the result in 6 weeks. You show a result equivalent to 1.5 to 2 years. So that would be a country I would cite.
Excellent. So let's give a round of applause for Mr. Clay.
Thank you.
And I would like to invite you to our panel discussion there, so we could continue this last part of our today's discussion that will be most interactive thing. We will continue in English since Mr. Lin is ready to participate. And I would like to invite, additionally on the stage, Mr. Arvel Sašaradins, Minister of Finance, Mr. Viesturs Kleinbergs, Chairman of Riga City Council, please. Aleksandrs Kalais, Parliamentary Secretary of Ministry of Culture. And Mr. Jānis Paiders, State Secretary of the Ministry of Education and Science, please. So next time I believe we will have to use AI to improve our gender equality in the panel, although there were other female invited. Unfortunately, the sickness did the job. But still, I believe our today's discussion will be perfect from the representative perspective and the knowledge presented here. So, during our next hour, we would like to talk about implementation of artificial intelligence in education, and we see that artificial intelligence is already here. It's not only something far, far away. So the question is how we can lead it, not simply react. And during our today's discussion, we would like to agree on specific things Latvia should do in the upcoming months, years, we'll see, and who should take the responsibility for that. So I will ask the first question. It will be devoted to all of you. We'll start with Mr. Spiders. To begin with, last week while I was participating at one of the biggest international artificial intelligence in education conferences in London back 2026. A Microsoft representative in one panel discussion said, you have to start with the problem you want to solve, not the tool. So my question is, from your perspective, what do we as a country want to achieve in the education sector with the help of AI? So what is the expected benefit or the problem we want to solve? So, Mr. Paiders.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to be here. And it of course is very difficult to consolidate the issue of what is the problem into something very, very concrete, not going into details, but I would say the biggest issue right now where the education system faces also in the age of AI is related to unequal education outcomes, and unequal education outcomes where we already see a tremendous amount of disparity between education institutions, between different upbringings for pupils, which leads to very different outcomes in terms of their future careers, ability to participate in higher education, etc. And what is the main issue when AI comes into play into this is that without a concrete set of opportunities to learn, both for pupils, both for teachers, both for the framework to use it, it will enhance these disparities. Because right now, if you know what to do, if you are well educated, if you already use these tools, if you have a knowledge backbone and curiosity, then already you can achieve amazing things and enhance your potential with it, while on the other hand, if you don't do it, it increases these differences. And I would say when it comes to major challenges that we have to address right now, it is to reduce the possibility that all of these AI developments can increase the risk of further dividing the education outcomes between our people.
Okay, thank you very much. So inequality and the equal possibilities for everybody. Mr. Kollais, of course, for you more towards the culture we're looking, but still, what do you see? What is the main topic we want to reach and task?
Yes, Arturs, I absolutely agree with this statement which was mentioned before in this conference. Yes, let's start with this dream, with this issue as well at the same time, and not the tool. Because of course, if we start with tool, actually I think we have started with tool, generally. And of course it's more like entertainment, yeah, and it's fun, and sometimes even useful and creative, but what then? What do we have out of that? And I think our goal as a state is better learning outcomes, less inequality, without burning out our teachers. And this is a huge one, this is a complex one, right? And maybe it's even our goal for decades. But I think we must mark goals like that, to be ambitious, to dream together that it is possible. Because if we don't do that, it's possible that we leave some groups out, like, or our hardworking teachers, or kids who need additional adaptive support, which was mentioned in this conference from the early morning. And accessibility as well, that is a thing. And Dagny Baltiņa in her speech mentioned stream, and many people smiled about that. But for me, art, as myself as an artist as well, for me, art without STEM, it's like city without ground planning. And maybe in the opposite way, if we see exact ones without creativity, it's like spring without sun or something like that. So I think we can make together spring as sunny as possible, and make as much innovations out of that, and be really leading in some niches as Latvia is our economy.
Excellent, thank you, thank you. So you stressed out quality, accessibility, and additional support for teachers and everybody else involved. Thank you. Mr. Kleinberg, the same question, of course, about the education sector. What do you see as our guiding star?
Okay. One moment. My phone closed. I will need it. So the strategical goal for Riga in education with use of artificial intelligence is not the goal itself, but it's a tool to improve the quality of learning, support teachers in their everyday work, increase the efficiency on the educational system, and to strengthen society's skills and competitiveness in the long term. And I usually don't do anything like that, and don't ask to write down some speeches or theses for conferences or these kind of events, but I did exception today, and I asked artificial intelligence
to do it for you.
Yeah, to say in one sentence what I would like to say, and I told about these things, and it wrote down a few suggestions, and the one I liked the most is in education, artificial intelligence is not something we simply roll out. It's something we must learn to live with and shape.
Very nice, very nice. So I believe you're on common grounds together with the artificial intelligence. So thank you. We'll get back to you later. Once again, Mr. Asheradens, what do you see as our general goal?
Yeah, actually I see 3 points, and one is representative of government. I think we, as a government, we have fundamental responsibility prepare society for next global technological change. Yeah, and actually we have responsibility for the first wave. What has happened now is second. First wave, when big algorithms, how to say, change global community has functioned in information world. We already see fundamental shifts in democratic processes and so on and so on. And if we look with development with artificial intelligence, how to say, there were, Mr. Clay has spoken about poverty lines and how that's swift, but of course it's bring me to the next point, to really solve issue of skills mismatch with the future labor market. And I just give you example to understand my thoughts here is like in India, India face fundamental problem with that. One of the Indias, how to say, India have a quite big population if we compare with Latvia, but one of the models for young people in India is they were just to have a more or less good education, but then acquire to go for the business support firm and then start as a good career starting point. IE development has took away those companies as this opportunity. The offices are closing down day by day because there is just no need for such employment, and that's for India creating fundamental issue where to employ young generation. And that's of course simple example, but of course we have to prepare our society for change, because those who will learn those methods and technology and use this as a strategic development tool, they will be more competitive than others. But then society, we have to, as a government, to think about all society prepare for that change. And of course, as a Minister of Finance, I have to mention an issue what I have to solve, that is inefficient use of public resources. Yeah? That is fundamentals about education system. We see the models where we, for the same service thing, we pay 10 times more than the best examples, and the worst case scenario there is when we're paying 10 times more for the education process, that's not the best one, that is sometimes worst one. Yeah, and we have to find models where we have to really, how to say, direct public investment and achieve best quality results, what according to law we have to achieve.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So, Mr. Ling, how do you see for Latvia, based on your experience, what would be this general goal where Latvia should head, based on your experience on other countries?
Okay, so I'll answer in two parts. So first of all, from the previous conversation and my conversation with the government officials, I think the country is on the right track, because many things are being considered are not technology central. It's really policy, administrative. I would like to echo what Minister just said by some World Bank data, and this is my suggestion. In the next 12 to 15 years, there will be 1.2 young people entering the job market. In the emerging market, the estimated job opportunities are for 400 million. So we're talking about 800 million gaps for jobs for younger generations. I think if we talk about a purpose, AI could be positioned to help the younger generation to upskill and prepare them to be job ready. And that's actually one of the primary focus for the World Bank Group, to help emerging market younger generations, to prepare them to make sure they are job ready, while we invest in different areas to boost the entire ecosystem to create more jobs.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, thank you. So this as well as the question, but anybody can answer who is ready. can you maybe name some political actions or real activities that have been done as a proof that artificial intelligence in education has been taken seriously and we are really applying it in our education process? Some example where we can see that it's really...
Yes, maybe if I can start from my part, when it comes to activities that Ministry of Education and Science already did to show how important artificial intelligence is for us. I would say first of all, what we can do and we already are doing is when we have investment opportunities, either by structural funds or other instruments, is to target them related to AI topics. I mentioned previously that we had and we are starting to implement a new program for cybersecurity and artificial intelligence when it comes to specialists, when it comes to research, innovation capacity boosting, and the same goes for also national support for other these types of large-scale projects. So these will have an effect, and they are, in my opinion, addressing one of the key critical component for us to be to foster in the AI age. We need to have a necessary critical mass of people, of specialists, of researchers, of innovators, of new business leaders that can be the change makers in that regard. Also, I would say a lot of changes that we implemented regarding our higher education system is also to remove obstacles for our leading universities and other higher education institutions to be more flexible and more dynamic and more faster to implement changes within themselves. And we see that only as not just impacting the universities themselves, but also having a spillover effect for our schools, for our other education institutions, based on the knowledge transfer that can happen. And we also see already good progress in that regard. But lastly, I will say, and this is maybe adding on what Ministry of Finance said about better efficiency of public resources. When it comes to AI, it's not just about finding the right ways to have new additional programs, because this impacts every investment that we have, and not just in the sector of education. We have to have a common realization that when it comes to AI and its appearance in the education sector, it's here to stay, and it's an integral part of every process that we right now have. Thank you.
Excellent. You listed so many activities. I'm really happy to hear that we can name some concrete things. But Mr. Kleinbergs, I will continue now with the questions towards you. Riga currently oversees the largest network of schools in Latvia. Your colleague previously at this conference told about different various projects that Riga currently implements in the field of AI in education. From your perspective, which is the biggest, the most important project that Riga currently implements within the field of AI in education?
I suppose it's about using AI in foreign languages, maybe. But what I see the most important is how I already said that we need to guarantee some kind of access for all teachers, equal access for this knowledge, because right now we see quite big lack between also not only understanding how to use artificial intelligence, but also how to use digital tools for your learning process, and that's I think is one of the biggest challenges, especially because we have a lot of teachers who are how can I say not very young generation. It's like my colleagues in party call me boomer, and most of our teachers are a little bit older than I. So that's one of the biggest challenges, I think, in Riga.
Okay, fine, but let's assume Riga would have enormous budget, everything is possible. What would be one thing where would you set as a priority of using AI in the future?
In education?
Yes, of course, in education.
Enormous amount of money. Can it be?
If you have a good idea, maybe.
As I used to say, dream big. I think that this equality to digital instruments, access, knowledge, different kind of programs to learn how to use, because one of the how to say examples in my previous life is my daughter got her first bad remark in her diary in school. She's in 11th grade, and that remark was that she's not doing what teachers is asking to do. And when I asked what happened, because I know she's like she's always doing everything what teacher says, and she said our English teacher said that I need to make presentation by using artificial intelligence in English. And she said, why I need to use artificial intelligence if I can do it by myself? And I suppose teacher didn't know how to explain why this task is useful for her. And she took her English book and started to read, and didn't that job. So the problem maybe was that teacher didn't know how to explain what will be what is the reason, what she will learn from that act. And I think that's very, very important that we give also to all our teachers this possibility to explain to kids why you need to do this or one or other thing.
And additional, of course, I assist teachers in providing the curriculum and tasks setting, so that as well could be one potential support. But once again, you're looking from the municipality perspective towards artificial intelligence and education. What would be your expectations to the national level, to the Ministry of Education? What would you expect for them to do that would support your activities in the municipality towards, once again, artificial intelligence and education?
It's very, very, I don't know, wide question. Maybe if I can take it to smaller amount, is like, for example, we right now have discussions with different kind of tool makers who use artificial intelligence, and we have this kind of program EMU in education, where it's collecting all data about how pupils are, what grades they have, how they feel in school, and I suppose that we need to start to use here, and they also work on artificial intelligence to implement in this system, and I think that we need to more use these kind of systems and artificial intelligence to find out where are our problems in schools, in system, for teachers, and etc., and how we can help to teachers, to pupils, to give them exact help what they need at that moment. And I think that is one of the ways where we need to go with artificial intelligence.
So the bigger amount of data analysis support to the municipalities in general. Thank you, thank you. Mr. Asheradins, let's continue with you. From your perspective, where should Latvia invest public funding to reach the highest return on investment regarding application of artificial in education?
Well, again, as a Minister of Finance, I have to say what is a fundamental Latvian human capital or human capital problems, that is long-term labor productivity, and that is alpha and omega. What we have to find a ways how to solve it if we want to remain in middle-income countries group, and we are not in the middle. We are in how to say, not in the highest levels there, and again, another, as I said, is a more efficient education system. That is, as I told at the beginning, that is the fundamentals. We see there is, it's third or second or third government spending position, yeah, and outcomes are not the best, yeah, and then of course we already look into, let's say, mathematic models and look into efficiency models, but that is for us is important. But again, it is about spending and quality, and let's say find those both goals, quality and then understand efficient spending for that. That is our two fundamentals.
Mm-hmm. But speaking about spending, maybe from other perspective, do you as well see where artificial intelligence could help you to reduce costs in education?
Exactly what I mean. It is, well, again, if you want to look let's say, if you step in my shoes, and it is what we have an enormous challenge right now. We adopted, by the geopolitical conditions, we adopted enormous rise in defense spending. What does mean for next 4 years, there practically will be no possibility increase spending for other areas. That's just for sure. And that's mean we have to, for next years, look into efficiency of our public sector systems and find a ways how to, with less, produce more. That's a simple explanation of the model, but of course we have to go deep into how we're doing things. And as I said, we sometimes paying for same services 10 times more cost, and we have to, and as an outcome is for smaller investment, sometimes outcome is much better than for bigger investment. Yeah, and this is this paradigm what we have to solve, and that is our challenge for next coming years.
Okay, but let me ask this more about this hot topic, school network. Do you see that artificial intelligence, from any perspective, could help maybe analyze data, maybe provide some additional support to teachers or something like that? Is this a solution maybe as well?
You're asking me this question on election year?
Maybe you could at least direct us whether that could be a possibility.
But of course, not only infrastructure issue that's one thing, but again, we have to look into how to say in management systems, how we do things, and of course we have to empower teachers, no doubt. Yeah, we have to empower teachers. We in all our how to say deficit of resources, government decided to increase how to say spending on teachers, but that's mean we have to raise quality, yeah, and that's mean the outcome should become much better, and we have to use this resource more efficiently. But of course, on the end of the day, it will bring us more efficient brings us to situation with more efficient network.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Kalais, I have a few questions for you as well. How do you think, how can Latvia use the benefits of AI to strengthen Latvian language, literacy, and critical thinking?
Yes, if I can be a little bit impolite and just reflect a bit on the last one.
Please do. Everybody will like that.
Because this was the last part of the discussion. It was a really good reality check, what we have and what will be economically during next years. But of course, it's about how we make this environment, because state can't fund everything or just giving helicopter money or just regulate. But we can make this environment for campuses, for making educational ecosystems which integrate private sectors as well, and academic sectors, what we can call like triple helix or different kind of these systems which we already have, or it's what Mr. Ašrādens mentioned in the morning about Zināšanu jūdzi on the left side of Daugava, or what we have actually in Jelgava as well. So we have already these good examples what we can develop. But of course, about direct question to me, yes, here can be some concrete steps in these fields, in creative industry, in literacy, in design, music, and creative industries generally. One of examples, we actually have tools like LATE, it's like late or latte, how we pronounce it. It's like speech to text, text to speech, and the Latvian grade language tool, which already is really useful. And yeah, that is something what comes of this environment together, what we built. And it's not just regulated thing, right? And that is innovation. As well, quality monitoring. I think we really appreciate what Mr. Lin introduced this topic about trust and transparency, and really thank you. This is a really important topic in context of ethics at all. When we make innovations, or when we integrate it in school system, when we educate kids about that, and even in universities, there are still ways what we can improve. And we could create some national evaluation, or it's a national language model, or a language or a quality measurement system in context of different AI tools. And it's about, could be about terminology, about basis, about correctness, even about hallucination rate, if we can describe it like that. And it could be useful for teachers as well, and for kids. In literacy, AI literacy in curriculum, in our content of education, we can integrate it like critical thinking, like how we use media in schools. We are already, this media literacy, we are making integrated in our school system. Early steps, but we are doing that. And AI literacy is something what we can work horizontally in the whole education content. It's not only about rhetoric or subjects like that. So that it's not how to use ChatGPT, but how we can ask good questions, for instance. And maybe it could be even useful out of this communication with AI, but for whole society. That is some small steps, but if we have time at the last part of session, there is something about copyrights and about trust, and how we can secure our authors and creators as well.
Maybe actually, if you're talking about copyrights, let me get back to this creativity topic. Where do you think, where does AI help with the creativity, but where does it begin to replace it, and should we interfere? How do you think?
This is a good one. For instance, in museums, for years there are some really mixed feelings that curators could be replaced. And curators are really important in context of education as well. We see it in schools, Soma, and different subjects on the school level as well, and higher education. But it's not so bad, right? We see how curators integrate these AI tools to make their work even more creative, interdisciplinary with the other fields. And I'm going to stream once more. Even in our Latvian National Museum of Arts, which is, I mean, it's really huge, complex organization with a big, big tradition. But even they are able to be really flexible and open and make this artistic and educational freedom for their specialists and curators. And these are really good examples where it can work.
Thank you. Yes, please, you may add.
Yeah, sorry, I just want to just reflection on what we heard about creativity and systems. That recently visited the Academy of Art, and I had opportunity to visit as a program which is artificial intelligence in art, and there are two lessons to learn. One, according to the I don't know, it's teacher, I might say, there were two things in coding program, what was a year ago took 2 years, now it's 2 weeks, and you have the same level with using artificial intelligence, just 2 weeks. Yeah, and then about the creativity, then we had an opportunity to really to see and how the program works. Let's say artists really uploading their art in artificial intelligence systems, and they ordering a task to produce based on their style, produce new images and so on and so on. And that is saying other thing, it is a much quicker learn, and then there is distinction line between, how to say, people creativity and machine creativity is very narrow now. It is very difficult to say where is this is machine or where is this is a human, and this is growing very, very fast, and to be honest, we don't know where it's end up with what.
Yes, please, Mr. Lin.
I'd like to offer my reflection on what has been discussed, and maybe Minister would like this kind of a relatively low-cost approach. To me, adopting AI is about mindset change. How do you see AI would amplify what you already possess, right? So I'll give you an example. When AI, ChatGPT first came out, everybody was saying, wow, this is a very knowledgeable intern. And now if you look at the capability, it's a, wow, this is a very knowledgeable PhD student at your disposal. So if you still treat this AI tool as a Google search, one-off question, come back with answer, and you are done, you are not actually leveraging it. This is what I meant by mindset change. You have to see the co-creation and the collaboration role of AI. So if I can predict the future, I think this kind of people would excel. The people who have the ability to frame the question, identify the boundary, and set clear steps for the AI tool to execute, I think those are the people that you really want to train them to be. Otherwise, they are just Google search. They're underutilizing the capability of AI. So perhaps that takes some adjustment on the training system side, because we have been talking about AI tool, AI for education. What about education for AI? What kind of adjustment do we need? So you and I talk about the possibility of making certain mandatory courses for the STEM students. Today, if you train a medical doctor, they are required to take ethics course, right? Should we consider including ethics course for STEM students, because they are creating or engineering such a powerful tool, and they have to understand the ethical boundary, they have to understand where to set the guardrail. So this actually takes all of us, in terms of education, to take a very different perspective and approach to fully embrace the technology.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Mr. Preders, please.
Yes, I also wanted to reflect on the idea about necessary mindset changes that needs to be in the system. Because what was mentioned in one of the previous presentations about the situation where we are right now in Latvia, where 80% of kids are using AI and about 40% of teachers are using AI. If one of the dominant mindsets or the dominant mindset by using AI both for school children and both for teachers is a very utilitarian laziness approach, this allows us to save time, then we are in a very, very wrong situation. Because what that means is that, you know, for kids, AI allows to do the tasks with as little as effort as possible. In the end, you can get a teacher who will automatically resolve these tasks with as little effort as possible. Everybody's happy because there's an appearance that learning is happening. 2-3 years later, you get a result in your exams that show, well, not a pretty picture. And what needs to change is, I think what can be implemented relatively easily is different mindset on what AI can do. And one of the things that also is discussed, and it was discussed in one of the first presentations today about adaptive learning, is how to automate different processes and what we get out of it. Of course, not all subjects in the curriculum are equal. It is much easier to do that in rigid sciences like mathematics, where, well, if you know your differential equations, yeah, you probably know addition, division, and you know simple things. It is much more different when it comes to some social sciences, where these linkages between different topics are not that clear, and up to the teacher to see how the kid is progressing to the school system, where you can be very knowledgeable about the Crusades. It means nothing about your knowledge about the Industrial Revolution. And then when the AI tools are used to automate the process for different tests and exams, etc., what it gives then is necessary time to work in a more personalized way with the student results and what they do, and this is where a lot of the inefficiencies within the system that allows for existing researches that in education are large to be, in my opinion, done more effectively. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. So you want to conclude, Mr. Kalais?
Just little reflections on what Mr. Lin and the finance minister just told. I just heard of one researcher from Cambridge just days ago, and he told that this GPT-2, which was a bit before ChatGPT, which was worldwide known, the creators was so scary about that to launch even that. Because that it could make inevitable changes to whole civilizations. That's what their thought was. But still, here we are. We managed it, and they managed it. So we never know. And about these examples in creative industries, they're really wonderful. There, for instance, even 2 years ago, Latvian composers go to competitions in Switzerland, and one of requirements is that you make new tunes, new compositions with generative AI tools. So there is some balance which we can find and which can be really creative, and we should intervene, but not with panic, not with bans, but with clear boundaries and support.
Thank you, thank you. Actually, I was really pleased to hear that creativity sparked the biggest debate here, not the financial issues or something like that. But so, Mr. Paiders, let me continue with you. Based on other countries' experience, we see that some countries adopt a national-wide AI strategy, while some say that let's leave it to institutions or municipalities and we will not make one AI strategy in general. How do you see, and what is the Latvia's approach?
I would say, of course, I'm speaking mostly about education right now. What is, I would say, the main ingredient for a successful development of AI in education to work, in my opinion, is to be flexible at this point. And I think there is a need for a national AI strategy that allows to provide guidance to give them a coherent picture, but it doesn't. At this point, it shouldn't be something that we need to treat as something that's set in stone, and it has to be that way until 2028, 2034, etc., etc. But at this point, what drives major changes within the AI industry is flexibility between different stakeholders, between leading universities, between leading research institutions and businesses, to see and find the best ways how to approach a problem. And the national strategy should take into account that we are in an experimental phase, and this is a period where there are a lot of new good ideas popping up, and we need to provide guidance how to implement these ideas on a larger level, on a national level when it's needed. So to answer this question, yes, there is a need for a more national approach regarding a common vision, whilst keeping the necessary flexibility.
Okay, so Mr. Kleinbergs will hear from Minister of Education about the national-wide strategy in artificial intelligence and then develop his second tier. Yes? That's a question to you, Mr. Paiders.
I don't think it excludes individual strategies regarding municipalities, institutions. I think the same is right now when it comes to academic sector where we see that a lot of universities have their own individual approaches regarding AI ethics, and that's fine. What is needed is for those institutions that have good practices to have a good platform how to give these good practices, this knowledge transfer and spillovers to others. I don't think this is something that needs to be done. While we don't have a national strategy, nobody can do anything. I would say that's the wrongest approach at this point.
Okay. You wanted to add something, Mr. Kleinbergs, to this?
No, but I can agree with that. Sometimes we don't move forward because we are waiting till our slowest partners catch others who work faster. So, if you write strategy, then all policymakers, they are looking, okay, let's not write so hard and not so high, because some people still writing with pencil in vocabulary books, while others working with AI tools. And sometimes this strategy actually stops moving forward those who are already forward, who are the first who did it. So that's what Mr. Paiders said. We need to make more these kind of platforms where we can learn from good practices, where we can teach give possibility to believe that these tools are useful, that these tools will make your life better, because it's not only education. I still see around so many people who are just saying, oh, we're doing it like this 20 years, and why we need to change something. We need more of these good practices to show why we need to change, because we have so many like unbelievers, you know. So that's what we need to do more, to share good practices.
Okay. You want to add, Mr. Assurance?
Yeah, I think a very interesting issue, and to really try to understand how's the evolution going on there. And I think the basic algorithm here at the beginning is to really, in organization level, to monitor what people really do, and this is a bottom-up approach, and really to see, and there is a different scale going on events, and we are really monitoring in let's say financial system, different units doing fantastic things, and I can say it's treasury or tax authority or whatever. My world is boring, a little bit more boring than educational system, but again, people do a lot of things, and that's important to monitor that. And then next issue is don't delay with organizational strategies. It's very important to have this beginning bottom-up approach and then to reflect it. Otherwise, people will go on because many people are interested in development. They want to do interesting things, and they have ideas. And in order to, how to say, I don't know, makes them happy, create sandboxes. Just have pilots and sandboxes, understand what works, what not, how the society adapts to the things, and agility is fundamental issue. That's organizational, structural approach. Then on national level, that is again very interesting issue. Government already started with Artificial Intelligence Center. Director Guna is somewhere here. Guna? Oh. No, at least she has to be. Sorry, I can't see the whole light here. But another point where tipping point where we are now, it is in let's say in 6 months from now, the government will start design, let's say next period national development plan. And I'm 100% sure, how to say, technological development of the nation and goals here, achieved goals, they will be considered and they will be put in there. And that's mean public investment and all the stuff will be here and so on. And just to sum it up again, let's allow and monitor people to see what they do and then create a strategy. But again, there is many other items what is already addressed by colleagues. For example, strategic autonomy, and then we have to understand civil servant with a good reason. For example, wanted to create a wonderful presentation about that or that. We have to understand if he uses general IE systems, those data belong to, I don't know, to someone else, and anybody could have those data and so on and so on, and we have to carefully think about it. I know the security systems looking into this and so on, but not enough, because this is not. It's very easy to understand from which address which data has been put in the system, and then it's belong to the universe, and taking account as the world is fragmenting, and we have, let's say, a lot of friends and same time not friends. That is something seriously what we have to consider. And many countries are right now trying to understand in which systems they want to do what. And then other fundamental issues there is we have to understand those systems are not belong to the country, and there is somebody who can unplug system in any day where he wants, and then we have to understand that the systems could be, that's making a vulnerability of all kind of the system, what we are dreaming here or whatever. We really have to think about this strategic autonomy aspects and how we protect data, how we protect systems, how we protect systems what we're creating in society or societal institutions.
Thank you. Mr. Lin, could you as well elaborate on this topic based on your experience? What is this interaction if we're talking about artificial intelligence, for example, in the education strategy? Should it be top-down, bottom-up, or something in between?
So if we come back to my presentation, we always recommend that the government especially the national government plays an enabler role with well-defined strategy, clear boundary, guardrails, and guidance provided to cities and to universities and to schools. Otherwise, you will end up with a silo adoption. You create information silo. Like I said yesterday, many organizations are happy to see a flourishment of dashboards without understanding the underlying data platform are very fragmented and data doesn't flow. And that's a big problem. So at the World Bank, we are working on a set of indicators we want to track to produce what we call the AI North Star to measure a country's AI readiness. So some of the indicators are, for example, does the nation have an AI strategy? Does the nation have a responsible agency to oversee and coordinate AI-related issues and adoptions, including education? So those are the things that we are going to use to track the maturity and the AI readiness of a country. So to me, the simple answer is you got to have a top-down approach. The government at the national level has to set the strategic direction, providing standard procurement guidelines so you don't end up with a frequent fragmented purchase of different technology tools and they don't share data, which is detrimental to your AI adoption.
So from the government perspective, guidelines and guarding rails would be the ones together with data analysis.
And when you have those things in place, it's easier for the private sectors to develop solutions and products aligned to the nation's interest. And that will serve the purpose of AI adoption for public good.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. As well, additional question to you, from your perspective, how should a small country as Latvia prioritize AI initiatives in education when fiscal space and administrative capacity is limited?
I think one of the points that I made also in the presentation is you start small and you take an iterative approach. It's easier because smaller countries needs to pay close attention to in return on investment because you have limited physical and resources constraint, right? So you need to. This is why I said you identify the problem you want to solve, and then you have very clear goals to achieve in that particular segment of challenge, and you do a good job, and then you adjust and then replicate the success to other sectors and to other areas. To me, that's the best way to scale. A lot of, I think all of you are familiar with this MIT report, which says 95% of AI adoption fail, right? Why? Because people try to make it a binary effort, all-out effort, boil the ocean to begin with. That's why it failed. And they don't focus on change the mindset. They don't have a centralized strategy. The marching order was not clear. So even in organization, I have seen situations, they deploy Microsoft Copilot and they declare a win from such deployment and then just leave the users hanging without knowing what to do with this Copilot, right? And to me, that's not a success. That is a measurement by the output, not by outcome. So it has to be outcome driven with clear defined outcome. You measure it and then you take the lessons learned, you replicate it and scale it. I think that's the best way to see the return on investment.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Pryder, Mr. Lin just said that one of the things is data analysis that the state should do. Do you have some set of data analysis that you systematically analyze, I don't know, in terms of artificial intelligence usage or by the help of artificial intelligence to monitor and improve education system?
Yes, when it comes to data analysis, of course, I would say all of the major policy decisions when it comes to education, science, and other fields of Ministry of Education and Science is data-driven, where data analysis is the common approach with always new methods being developed. When it comes to AI at this moment, what we see right now are a lot of surveys regarding usage in schools by the teachers, by the school children, what they use, how do they use it, what types of tools, etc. So I would say the first necessary stage is to see how it has permeated the education sector, and I would say that it at the moment is clearly just the start to see I would say future developments when it comes to the big question how AI is actually impacting education outcomes. When it comes to another topic regarding usage of AI within existing data analysis framework, this is where, and I will call back to what Minister of Finance said about civil service and needing to be cautious. This is, of course, a topic where a lot of the tasks just cannot be done that easily regarding what information you can and should use using AI tools. So this is something that where secure solutions for good AI driven analysis that allows to do this work faster and more efficiently is, I would say, still under construction.
Thank you. So, and to conclude, the last question, but to all of you, what do you think is one specific thing or task Latvia should do in the upcoming months or maybe in the longer term to successfully implement artificial intelligence solutions in education? But please name not only this one thing, but as well whose responsibility should it be? Mr. Lind, we will start with you. I know it's the hardest question for you, but still.
I would suggest come up with clear measurement metrics to measure the progress and define the success. That's what I would recommend.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Osherodens, what do you think on this topic?
I'm not sure there is one thing what should be done, but again, I'm just. There's two things today. One, I think I very much like the presentation of Ministry of Education about strategy, and that is we have to really think on a government approach to issue. To at least the ministry should have such a strategy, and I don't think we're ready for a national strategy already, but I think it could be very wise if all 14 ministries should develop their own thinking and finally have the minimum guidelines what to do in their responsibility areas. I could mention that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So the guidelines in this case, yes?
As a minimum guidelines and then to develop strategies. But again, I very much appreciate the Ministry's presentation on thinking what should be done. Yeah.
Excellent. So, thank you. Mr. Kleinbergs?
I would say I would like to start, maybe begin with a remark for what said Mr. Lin, especially to education, that I think that we can't take one good example and automatically it reflect to different system, because if I'm really sad that I didn't hear Ms. Baltiņa presentation about using artificial intelligence in reading, but I understand that what you can do is artificial intelligence in STEM, in physics, you can't do in literature, you can't give those emotions, reflect what you can feel when you read by yourself. You will not feel that when you got some conclusions, etc. And I agree absolutely about what Minister Ashran said about what we need to do. We need to really give this minimum practical guidelines for each school. And from our side, I see as Riga, we have big challenges that sometimes we wait from Ministry of Education that they will say what we need to do, but sometimes it's too late when we got these instructions or guidelines from Ministry. So I think we need, from Riga part, we need also to take some leadership and said what is the minimum what we need to do and what is the maximum what we want to do.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Excellent. Mr. Kalais, for you.
Yes, one horizontal thing is inequality, and what we can do with that through AI, because of course there are risks to have much more division, and it's really divide. But I hope we can do better together, and of course key is teacher and as well heads of educational institutions as leaders. But the really particular one thing is about copyrights that we secure work of our authors in context of education and use of AI. I wrote down trusted Latvian and European content and licensing infrastructure for artificial intelligence in education and culture. And that is something where we can achieve only through intersector cooperation, and that is what's so great about this conference and this panel.
Thank you. So, Mr. Brothers, for you to conclude.
Yeah, I would say three well, not easy things, three concrete things. First, to implement already existing programs that we have, and also while doing that, strengthening the local ecosystem that already is forming. And second thing is to prepare our ministry for the upcoming planning period, where it on national development plan and localized sectoral plans, AI and AI development will play a crucial role.
Thank you. So we can conclude this discussion, and two interesting things. One, if we're looking towards the next concrete things, you were more or less on board where you're talking about specific metrics, data, and guidelines, but let's once again go back to this aim part. There were a lot of things you want to achieve, so I believe there's still a discussion needed to really set what is the general guideline and the task, what is the general aim Latvia should develop to afterwards develop those guidelines. So the discussions will continue, but please let's give a round of applause for our panel discussion participants. And now I will switch shortly to Latvian. Liels paldies ikvienam no jums, kas...
Thank you very much for everyone that joined us today for our conference, both in person and remotely. After the conference, a video recording as well as the main conclusions will be made available, as will the presentation, which will be published on our website. Thank you for being here, and it looks like we will be able to continue our discussions as well.
Tev skrien.